Hello there, my sleepy explorers. Tonight, we explore the theory of what if Bella Swan was imprinted by Jacob Black, and why that bond may never have been allowed to complete. A shield she never knew she had. A pull he could never explain. And a force that, when it finally found its way, found it through her daughter instead. If there's a Twilight story you'd love to fall asleep to next, tell me in the comments. I'd love to create it for you. Alright, let's get cozy now. Close your eyes. Breathe in very slow. Let the night settle around you like something warm and familiar. And let this quiet theory carry you gently into the world of Forks, where fate doesn't always arrive the way it intended. And some bonds find another way. There is a moment the wolves cannot prepare for, even knowing it is coming. Even having watched it happen to others, even having heard it described in the particular reverent hush the Quileute use when they speak of it. Nothing about the experience can be anticipated. It arrives without warning and without permission. And it changes everything it touches in an instant that feels simultaneously like an ending and a beginning. The wolves call it imprinting. And in the world of Forks, Washington, in the mythology woven through the Quileute nation for generations beyond counting, it is understood as the most absolute thing a person can experience. Not the most beautiful, necessarily. Not the most chosen. The most absolute. That distinction, quiet as it is, will matter before this story is finished. To understand the theory at the heart of tonight's exploration, it is necessary to understand imprinting fully and completely, without the softening that the Twilight narrative sometimes applies to it, because imprinting is not simply love. It is not a crush, not an attraction, not even the deep and consuming devotion that ordinary love can become over years of careful tending. It is something categorically different from all of those things, and the distinction matters enormously when we begin to ask what happens when the process fails, when something interrupts it, when the bond tries to form and finds, instead of a willing universe, something that will not yield. The Quileute wolves are not born into their nature the way vampires are made into theirs. The wolf gene lies dormant in the bloodline for generations, waiting, encoiled in the genetic material of certain families, like a promise the body has not yet chosen to keep. It is activated by proximity to the cold ones, by the ancient agreement between the land and its protectors, by a need that the tribe's history has answered over and over across centuries of stories told around fires and passed from elder to child. When the gene awakens, it does so suddenly and with tremendous violence, reshaping a young man's body into something enormous and terrifying and in its own way magnificent. The first transformation is agony. The bones reshape, the skin tears. everything that was simply human becomes something else. Something that runs on 4 legs through old-growth forest and hears the heartbeat of prey from half a mile away. The ones that follow become easier, more controlled, eventually as natural as drawing breath. But the wolf is always there beneath the surface of ordinary life, waiting, a second self that runs alongside the human one and changes everything about how its host moves through the world. Imprinting is part of that world. It is woven into the wolf's biology as surely as the transformation itself, as surely as the heightened senses and the accelerated healing, and the pack mind that allows wolves to share thoughts when they run together in their other form. The Quileute elders understood it long before the current generation of wolves came into being. They encoded it in their stories and passed it down through generations of careful, deliberate storytelling, precisely because it needed to be understood before it happened to someone, or the wolf caught by it would have no framework at all for what had occurred. It would feel like madness. It would feel like losing yourself to something that had no name. What happens in the moment of imprinting is this: the wolf sees someone, and the world changes shape. Everything that existed before that moment, every previous relationship, every prior attachment, every feeling the wolf has ever carried for any other person, does not disappear exactly, but recedes. It becomes background, becomes context rather than content. The person standing before the wolf becomes the foreground of everything, the organizing principle of an existence that previously organized itself around entirely different things. Gravity, the wolves say, when they try to explain it to people who have not experienced it. It is like suddenly understanding what gravity is, because you have just discovered the thing you orbit. Everything before was floating, unmoored, searching for a center, and you did not know it until now because you had no point of comparison. The imprintee does not feel this happen. They are not struck by the same bolt of immediate absolute certainty. They stand there, entirely themselves, entirely unchanged, while the wolf beside them is being fundamentally reorganized at a level beneath conscious thought. The bond is not mutual in its initiation. It is entirely one-sided at the start, entirely the wolf's experience, and the imprintee may go home that evening and think very little about the person they encountered, while the wolf is already incapable of thinking about anything else. The wolf will think about them while hunting, will think about them during pack meetings when everyone else is focused on strategy and patrol routes, will find their thoughts drifting helplessly and repeatedly back to one face, one heartbeat, one specific and irreplaceable person whose importance to the universe now feels self-evident and undeniable. This asymmetry is important. It will become very important before tonight is finished. What the wolf becomes for the imprintee is shaped entirely by what that person needs. And this is one of the details the elders emphasize most carefully when they pass the stories down. If the imprintee is a child, the wolf becomes a protector, a guardian, the kind of devoted older presence that makes the world feel safe. If the imprintee grows into a teenager, the wolf becomes a friend, a confidant, a person to talk to when everything else feels too loud and too close. If the imprintee becomes an adult, the wolf becomes a partner, a companion, a romantic possibility that feels as natural as the changing of seasons. The wolf's role is never fixed. It shifts as the imprintee shifts, accommodates itself to every new chapter of the imprintee's life. always becoming whatever is needed rather than whatever the wolf might have wanted for itself. And this is the part that is presented in the Quileute tradition as the deepest form of beauty, as devotion so complete that it dissolves the self entirely in service of another, as the highest expression of love, which is not the love that takes and wants and needs, but the love that simply gives endlessly and without condition. There is something genuinely moving about this interpretation, something that speaks to an old and persistent human longing, the desire to love someone so absolutely that nothing else matters, to be remade by another person's existence into something better and more purposeful than you were before. But it is worth sitting with the other side of that description, quietly and without rushing past it. A being who has lost access to their own wants, a person whose previous relationships, previous loves, previous futures have been reorganized without their consent around someone else's gravitational pull. A life that is now defined by service to another person's needs before that other person has done anything at all to earn such devotion. These are not only the hallmarks of selfless love, they are also the hallmarks of something more complicated, and the theory at the heart of tonight's story will return to this complication with steady, careful attention. The most complete and most instructive example of imprinting in the Twilight saga is Sam Yulee and Emily Young, and it deserves to be examined with more care than the narrative always gives it. Sam is the first of his generation to transform, alone and without guidance, without any elder who has lived through it recently enough to help him navigate the terror of what his body has become. He learns to manage the transformation through sheer repetition and necessity, and he imprints eventually on Emily Young, who is Leah Clearwater's cousin, who is visiting, who is not looking to become the organizing principle of a werewolf's existence. Emily's first response to Sam's devotion is rejection. This is not ambiguous in the text. She does not want this. She tells him so. She tells Leah, who had been with Sam before the imprint rewrote his emotional landscape, and who finds herself discarded by someone she loved without being given any explanation that makes real sense. Sam's feelings for Leah did not disappear because they were false. They were real feelings that were simply overridden by something more powerful, something that operates beneath the level of choice or intention, and the result for Leah is a loss that she has no framework for processing, because no one can honestly tell her she was replaced by a better love. She was replaced by a biological compulsion. The distinction offers her very little comfort. Sam does not accept Emily's rejection because the imprinted wolf cannot remove themselves from the orbit of their imprintee, regardless of the imprintee's stated preferences. This is not a failure of character on Sam's part, and it is not presented as one. He's genuinely incapable of leaving. The bond that is formed in him does not recognize her no as a reason to reconfigure itself. He remains present. He remains devoted. He finds reasons to be near her with the quiet, relentless patience of someone who has no alternative. Because for Sam Yulee, there genuinely is no alternative. The universe has reorganized. He cannot reorganize it back. The accident happens during this period of Emily's resistance. Sam loses control in her presence, the wolf breaking through in a moment of extreme emotional pressure, and Emily is scarred permanently on the right side of her face. 3 long marks from temple to chin that will never fully fade. she forgives him eventually. She enters the relationship that the imprint was always moving them toward, slowly and under circumstances that included extraordinary emotional pressure, the guilt of the accident, the constancy of Sam's presence, the impossibility of genuine distance from someone who will always find a way to remain close. She becomes, in the story as we receive it, content. She becomes the warm and grounding center of the wolf pack's domestic life. The woman who feeds them and cares for them and loves Sam with what appears to be complete sincerity. From inside the relationship, it looks entirely like love. The love is real. It is not performed or manufactured. Sam and Emily are genuinely devoted to one another, and there is nothing dishonest about the feelings they share. But the path that led there, the resistance and the pressure and the accident and the slow wearing down of objection into acceptance, that path looks different when you trace it carefully, when you ask not where they ended up, but how they got there. Quillatera imprints on Claire Young, who is 2 years old at the time of the imprint, and this is the example that the saga handles with the most obvious narrative anxiety. When Bella learns of it, her reaction is visceral and immediate. She is horrified. She says so directly. Jacob and the other wolves rush to reassure her, explaining that what Quill feels for Claire as a toddler is not romantic in any sense, that it is protective and devoted and entirely appropriate to her age, and that the nature of the bond will shift as she grows, and that it will only become romantic if and when she is an adult who chooses that direction freely. This explanation is offered with complete sincerity, and it is almost certainly true that Quill's feelings are exactly as the wolves describe them. And yet, Claire will grow up with Quill as her constant companion. He will be the person she reaches for when she is frightened. He will be the person she trusts most completely because he has always been there, always devoted, always making her feel like the most important person in whatever room they occupy together. He will be, through no one's bad intention, the emotional center of her life before she is old enough to construct an emotional center of her own choosing. Whether she will ever have genuine freedom to choose something different, to grow toward a future that does not include Quill as its primary axis, is a question the saga leaves largely unexamined. It is a question the theory we explore tonight finds worth asking. Paul's imprint on Rachel Black, Jacob's older sister, is the cleanest and simplest of the canon examples, which is perhaps why it receives the least narrative attention. Two adults, an immediate chemistry layered over the bond, a relationship that forms quickly and without the complicating weight of prior rejection or inappropriate age gaps. Paul's famous temper, the hair trigger that makes him one of the more volatile members of the pack, becomes in Rachel's presence something more contained, more careful, more motivated toward management. The imprint gives him a reason to be better at controlling what he has always struggled to control, and this is genuinely a positive effect of the bond. And Rachel's response to Paul is not presented as anything other than genuine. They like each other. The imprint accelerates and intensifies something that might have developed anyway between two people who are suited to one another, and the result is a relationship that looks, from most angles, simply like love. What the wolves believe about imprinting's deeper purpose, when they discuss it honestly and at length, is that it is genetic optimization. The wolf gene is recessive, specific, difficult to carry and difficult to pass on. The Quileute bloodline that produces wolves has been shaped by centuries of supernatural need, and the protectors of the tribe are rare and necessary. Imprinting in this reading is not romantic destiny. It is evolutionary strategy. The wolf is drawn to the person whose genetic material will best complement its own, whose offspring will carry the wolf gene most strongly, who will ensure the continuation of the protector line into future generations. The emotional experience of the bond is entirely real. The devotion is genuine. The love is not performance or illusion. But underneath all of that realness, the mechanism that produces it is deeply, uncomfortably mechanical. The wolf does not choose to be optimized. The wolf does not select their imprint the way a person might choose a partner. The wolf simply encounters someone, and something that operates entirely beneath conscious awareness makes a decision, and the wolf's consciousness has to reorganize itself around that decision and live inside it for the rest of its life. And the imprintee has no say in this process at all. They do not consent to becoming someone's gravitational center. They do not choose to be the person around whom an entire existence reorganizes. The bond forms in the wolf, not in them, and they are simply the object of it, the recipient of a devotion they never asked for, the center of a world they did not design. Over time, as the canon examples show, the imprintee typically comes to reciprocate. The bond becomes mutual. The relationship develops. The imprintee finds themselves genuinely loving the wolf who has always loved them. But this reciprocation develops inside a context that was never freely chosen, within a dynamic that was established before the imprintee had any opportunity to weigh in. Whether what develops is genuine choice, or the gradual acceptance of something that was always going to be unavoidable, is a question that each person will answer differently, and that the theory at the heart of tonight's story takes very seriously. Which brings us, finally, to Jacob Black. Jacob transforms. He heals with supernatural speed. He runs with his pack through the forests of the Olympic Peninsula and shares their thoughts and fights alongside them with loyalty and ferocity. He feels things for a specific person with an intensity that other wolves notice, that the pack mind makes impossible to hide, that he himself cannot diminish no matter how many times it would be more convenient to feel something simpler and less consuming. He cannot release her. He cannot redirect. He cannot accept the choices she makes even when she makes them clearly and out loud and without hesitation. Every part of what he describes sounds like what the wolves describe when they describe imprinting. The loss of himself, the inability to walk away, the sense of something larger and more compulsive than ordinary feeling. And yet the certainty is not there. The click is not there. The sudden, absolute world reorganizing resolution that every wolf who is imprinted describes is missing. What Jacob has is the pull without the peace, the hunger without the satisfaction. Something that moves in the direction of imprinting and then stops, frustrated, at a boundary it cannot cross. No one in the story pauses to wonder why. No one asks what could interrupt a process as involuntary and absolute as imprinting. No one considers what kind of force would have to exist to stop something that the wolves describe as unstoppable. The theory pauses, it considers, and it begins quietly and carefully to ask. There is a Monday in January that Edward Cullin will never forget, and not because of what happened in the parking lot, or what was said in the cafeteria, or what the Grey Forks sky looked like through the biology classroom windows. He will never forget it because of what did not happen, because of the silence, because he sat down beside a girl with brown hair and brown eyes and an unremarkable Tuesday expression, and he reached out with the ability that had never once failed him in over a century of existence, and he found nothing. Not a whisper, not a fragment, and not the low ambient hum of surface thought that even the most guarded human mind produces without knowing it. Just silence. Perfect, complete, and absolutely impossible silence. Edward has been reading minds since 1918, since the first days after his transformation, when Carlyle sat beside him in a candle-lit room in Chicago and watched his newborn vampire eyes go wide with the sudden, overwhelming intrusion of every consciousness in the surrounding blocks pouring into his own. He has never learned to fully shut it out. He has learned to manage it, to tune it the way one tunes a radio, bringing certain signals forward and pushing others into the background. But the signal is always there. Every human mind broadcasts. Every human consciousness produces a constant stream of thought, image, feeling, and internal narration that Edward receives whether he wants to or not. It is the defining condition of his existence, the thing that has made genuine connection almost impossible, the reason he has spent decades sitting in rooms full of people and feeling entirely alone. He has encountered minds that are harder to read than others, minds that are muddled or chaotic, that produce images rather than clear language, that require more focused attention to interpret. He has encountered minds that are simpler than others, that move in narrow channels of immediate sensation and basic want without much complexity beneath. He has read the minds of the brilliant and the broken, the kind and the cruel, the desperately ordinary and the genuinely extraordinary. In over 80 years of existing among humans and vampires alike, he has encountered every variety of consciousness that the world has to offer. He has never encountered a mind he could not read at all. Not once, not a single time. The ability does not have an off switch, and it does not have exceptions. Until Bella Swan sat down in the empty chair beside him, and the weather stopped entirely. This is where the theory begins. Not with Jacob, not with imprinting, not with the cold water off the cliffs at La Push, or the desperate months of new moon, or the violence of breaking dawn. It begins here, in a high school biology classroom, with a silence that shouldn't have been possible, and a girl who had no idea she was producing it. Because the silence Edward encountered that Monday was not an accident. It was not a quirk of Bella's personality or a gap in his ability or a coincidence of timing. It was something she had been doing her entire life, without awareness, without effort, without any understanding of what it meant or what it was protecting her from. A shield, unconscious and powerful and entirely her own, operating in the background of her existence the way a heartbeat operates, the way breathing operates, the way all the body's essential functions proceed, without requiring the mind's conscious participation. Bella's shield is not a vampire ability in the sense that transformation created it. This is one of the most important things to understand about it, because the story sometimes allows the impression that her gift emerged from the venom, that it is something she gained when she became a vampire. But Edward's inability to read her mind begins on the first day he sits beside her. Jane's gift fails against her in Volterra, while she is still entirely human. Our Oro's touch produces nothing long before the transformation that would eventually make her one of the most shielded beings in the vampire world. The venom amplifies what was already there. It extends the shield's range, grants her conscious control over something that previously operated on pure instinct, allows her to project it outward to cover others. But the shield itself is original. It belongs to her human self as completely as it belongs to her vampire self. She was born with it. She carried it through childhood and adolescence and into the strange, rain-soaked chapter of her life that began when she stepped off a plane in Port Angeles and drove through the dripping green of the Olympic Peninsula toward a town she had never wanted to live in. She carried it without knowing, and it worked without her help. What the shield does, described as plainly as possible, is prevent supernatural and psychic forces from reaching Bella's mind. It creates a barrier at the boundary of her inner world, a boundary that certain forces cannot cross regardless of their strength or their intentions, or the centuries of practice behind them. Edward cannot read her thoughts. This is the example the story spends the most time with, because Edward's perspective in Midnight Sun gives the reader the closest available view of what the shield looks like from the outside, what it feels like to reach for a mind and find nothing there. He describes it as a wall. He describes reaching for her thoughts the way he reaches for everyone else's thoughts and finding a surface he cannot penetrate, a silence that does not feel like absence so much as it feels like presence, like something actively there, holding a boundary rather than simply nothing on the other side. Aro cannot access Bella's memories through touch. This is an ability that hasn't failed him in thousands of years of practice, across thousands of subjects, through every variety of resistance that experience and power and age can produce. He has read the minds of vampires far older and far more powerful than Bella Swan. He has extracted memories from people who desperately did not want to share them, who resisted with everything they had, who would have given almost anything to keep him out. He has never been refused. When he takes Bella's hand in Volterra and finds nothing, his reaction is not dismissal, it is fascination. The shield that keeps him out is the same thing that makes her interesting to him, that plants the seed of his long, patient interest in acquiring her for his guard, that will eventually bring him to forks with his brothers and his army in Breaking Dawn, to resolve the question of what to do with a human who knows too much, and a shield that makes her effectively untouchable. Jane cannot inflict pain on Bella. This is perhaps the most viscerally dramatic demonstration of the shield in action, because Jane's gift is one of the most feared abilities in the vampire world, and because the moment it fails is staged with such theatrical clarity in the throne room in Volterra. Jane is accustomed to complete and immediate success. She focuses her gift and people fall. Experienced vampires, powerful vampires, vampires who have survived centuries and wars and every variety of supernatural threat, drop to their knees under Jane's attention and beg for it to stop. She turns this gift on Bella Swan with the casual confidence of someone who has never had to wonder whether it would work. And Bella stands there looking confused about what she's supposed to be experiencing, entirely untouched, while Jane's face does something it almost never does in public. It shows surprise, and then briefly, something that looks very much like frustration. Alec cannot strip Bella's senses. His gift, which is in some ways more terrifying than than Jane's, because it is slower and quieter and leaves its targets helpless rather than simply suffering, wraps around people like fog and removes them from themselves, and taking away sight and sound and touch, and leaving nothing but a grey, disconnected nowhere from which the target can neither fight nor flee. It does not reach Bella. Nothing that tries to enter her mind from outside. Nothing that attempts to impose itself on her inner experience without her invitation finds any purchase. The pattern in what the shield blocks is not arbitrary, and it rewards careful attention. Every ability it neutralizes shares a specific feature. Each one crosses the boundary between the outside world and the inside of a person's mind, and does something there without the person's consent. Edward takes information from minds that did not offer it. Aro extracts memories the subject would prefer to keep private. Jane imposes suffering the target did not choose and cannot refuse, and Alec removes capacities the target depends on, leaving them less than themselves, vulnerable and compliant. These are all, at their most fundamental level, violations. They are intrusions. They enter without invitation and act inside a person's most private space, the space that is more essentially theirs than anything else they possess. Bella's shield exists precisely at that boundary. It does not prevent physical harm. A vampire can hurt her body, and does, across the course of the saga. It does not fully neutralize Jasper's ability to influence emotion, because Jasper's gift operates through the ambient emotional atmosphere, rather than through direct psychic penetration, working on the body's physical emotional responses, rather than on the mind's interior experience. What the shield stops is the specific and consistent category of force that tries to cross the line between self and other without permission. It does not evaluate the intent behind what approaches. It does not distinguish between forces that mean her harm and forces that mean her well. It simply will not allow certain things through, and it has been making that determination since before Bella understood that determinations of this kind were being made on her behalf. This is a crucial point, and is worth holding for a moment before moving on. The shield does not operate on judgment. It operates on the nature of what approaches. Something that tries to enter without invitation meets the shield not because Bella has decided to block it, not because she has assessed the situation and concluded that resistance is appropriate, but simply because her nature resists intrusion at a level far beneath conscious decision. She cannot turn the human phase shield off any more than she can choose to stop her own immune system from responding to infection. It is automatic. It is hers in the most complete sense. Something her own biology arrived at independently. Something no one taught her and no one gave her, and no one can take away. The human phase shield is more limited than what it becomes after transformation, and these limitations are relevant to the theory. In its pre-vampire form, the shield is passive rather than active. Bella cannot extend it to cover others. She cannot shape it deliberately or project it in the specific direction, or use it as a conscious tool. She cannot feel it operating. She has no awareness of the boundary it maintains, because the boundary is simply part of the texture of her experience, part of how the world has always felt to her, indistinguishable from the ordinary, because she has never known the ordinary without it. When Edward cannot read her thoughts, she does not feel herself blocking him. She does not sense the barrier. She simply exists, thinking her thoughts privately the way she has always thought them, with no awareness that this is unusual, that every other person she has ever encountered has been broadcasting those same private thoughts to a vampire who cannot stop receiving them. She does not know she is extraordinary. She does not know she is protected. She does not know that the privacy of her own mind, which she has always taken completely for granted, is something almost no one else in her immediate world possesses. There is something in this that matters beyond the mechanics of the shield itself. Bella's character across the entire saga is built around a specific and consistent relationship to the concept of choice. She chooses Edward when the supernatural world and the human world and Jacob Black and her own biology are all exerting pressure in different directions. She chooses transformation on her own terms, resisting every attempt to rush or delay or redirect that decision, insisting that it belonged to her in a way that feels genuine rather than coerced. She chooses to stand in front of people she loves when they are threatened, making decisions about her own risk that are hers to make regardless of whether anyone agrees with them. She is not passive. She is not simply the object of other people's choices. She is a person for whom the act of choosing is fundamental to identity, for whom having choices taken away or overridden is something the deepest part of her resists even when the surface part is willing to accommodate. The shield is the biological expression of this. It is what Bella's nature looks like when it is translated into supernatural terms. A boundary that nothing crosses without invitation. A privacy that nothing violates. A self that remains intact and inaccessible regardless of the forces that press against it from outside. Edward falls in love with her, partly because of this. Because for the first time in his existence, someone is genuinely unknown to him, genuinely mysterious, ungenuinely capable of surprising him because he cannot reach inside her head and verify in advance what she will say or feel or decide. The shield that frustrates him is also the thing that makes her, to him, irreplaceable. And now the theory brings us to the question that sits at the center of everything that follows. Imprinting is described in the Quilu tradition as something that happens to the wolf. The wolf's inner world reorganizes around the imprintee. The imprintee does not initiate this, does not participate in it, does not choose it. The bond forms in the wolf, and the imprintee's life is changed by proximity to that bond, gradually and through continued exposure, in ways that were never freely selected. The imprint does not ask. It does not negotiate. It arrives and it changes things, and the people involved are expected to live with a new reality they did not design. This description, held up beside the list of things Bella's shield consistently blocks, has a resemblance that the theory finds impossible to ignore. Imprinting crosses the boundary between self and other, and changes the dynamic between two people without the imprintee choosing that change. It overrides existing emotional states and existing relationships and existing futures without consent. It is, in its function, if not its classification, a force that imposes itself on the space between two people without asking whether the imposition is welcome. And Bella's shield, which does not classify forces before deciding whether to block them, which responds to the nature of what approaches rather than to its label or its intent, would have no reason to treat imprinting differently from any other force that tries to cross the line it guards. Whether imprinting technically qualifies as a psychic ability in the Twilight universe's own taxonomy is a question the story never fully resolves, and the theory does not require it to. The category matters less than the mechanism. What imprinting does, at the level of mechanism, is reach across the boundary between outside and inside and impose a bond that the imprintee did not choose. What Bella's shield does, at the level of mechanism, is prevent exactly that. Not because it knows what imprinting is, not because it has assessed imprinting specifically and determined that it poses a threat, but because something trying to complete that kind of crossing would meet the same response that every other uninvited crossing has always met. The wall, the silence, the invisible, automatic, completely impersonal refusal that has been the defining feature of Bella Swan's inner life since before she was old enough to understand that inner lives required protection. After transformation, the shield expands into something that Aro calls extraordinary, even by the standards of the most gifted vampires he has ever encountered. Bella can extend it to cover an entire field of people, can stretch it around everyone she loves and hold it there under pressure, can shape it and direct it and pull it back with the precision of long practice. She learns this control quickly because the shield responds to her emotional state and strengthens when she is protecting something she loves. And she has always had very clear feelings about what she loves and what she will not allow to be touched. But it is the human shield, the unconscious and uncontrolled and entirely automatic human shield, that the theory is most interested in. The shield as it existed before Bella knew it was there. The shield operating in the cafeteria of Forks High School while she ate lunch and talked to Jessica Stanley and had no idea that the pale boy at the other table was reaching for her thoughts and finding nothing. The shield operating in the freezing water off a cliff at La Push while Jacob Black pulled her out of the current and held her on the rocks and felt something try to happen inside him, something that moved in the direction of completion and then stopped. The shield does not know what it stopped that day. It has no awareness of the specific force it turned back, no record of the attempt, no memory of the resistance. It simply did what it has always done. It held the line between Bella's inner world and everything outside it that was not invited in. And on the other side of that line, something was left incomplete, not gone, not redirected yet, just stopped, hovering at the edge of what it was supposed to become, carrying an intensity and a persistence that had nowhere to resolve and no way to release, belonging to a boy who would spend the next several years describing his feelings for a girl and never quite being able to explain why they felt so much larger and more compulsive than ordinary love. He did not know he had run into a wall. He thought he was simply in love. And the difference between those two things is the entire story the theory has to tell. There is a version of Jacob Black that exists before any of this begins, and it is worth remembering him clearly, because he is about to change in ways that will be difficult to explain through ordinary means. He is 15 years old on the beach at La Push, when Bella Swan first appears in his orbit, and he's easy in himself in the way that certain people are easy. People who have not yet encountered the thing that will complicate them. He is warm and quick, and he smiles without effort, and he tells Bella the Quileute legends on a driftwood log with the casual confidence of someone who is not yet carrying anything heavy. He is interested in her, visibly, the way a teenage boy is interested in a girl he finds pretty and engaging and worth impressing. It is a simple feeling. It has the texture of something ordinary. There is nothing in it yet that exceeds what it appears to be. This is the baseline. This is Jacob before. And the reason it matters is that what comes after is so thoroughly different from this beginning that the difference itself becomes a kind of evidence. The boy on the beach at La Push is uncomplicated. What Jacob becomes in relation to Bella Swan across New Moon and Eclipse is not uncomplicated in any ordinary sense, and the theory argues that the distance between those two versions of him is too large to be explained entirely by the development of romantic feeling. Romantic feeling, even the deep and genuine kind, does not typically produce the specific qualities that characterize Jacob's attachment to Bella in the later books: the compulsion, the inability to redirect even under conscious effort, the persistence in the face of repeated, unambiguous rejection, the sense that his feelings are happening to him rather than being felt by him, that they are a condition he is managing rather than an emotion he is experiencing. Jacob himself notices this. It is one of the more honest things about his characterization, the way he describes his own feelings with a bewilderment that sits just beneath the surface of his certainty. He knows he loves Bella. He's sure of that, or as sure as he can be of anything. But when he tries to explain the love, when he reaches for the words that would make it make sense, what he finds is something that doesn't quite resolve into the language of ordinary human feeling. It is too large, too absolute, and too resistant to the logic that would normally govern a relationship between two people. He cannot talk himself out of it in moments when talking himself out of it would be the sensible thing to do. He cannot redirect it towards someone who would return it, cannot apply it elsewhere, cannot throttle it down to a manageable level even when its intensity is causing him genuine pain. This is not how romantic love typically behaves. Romantic love is painful, certainly, and persistent, and sometimes completely unreasonable in its demands. But it responds to the world. It shifts under pressure. It is capable of being redirected, even when redirection is agonizing, because it is a feeling that a person is having, and feelings are ultimately subject to the person who has them, even when that person has very little control over them. What Jacob describes is something that feels less like a feeling he is having and more like a fact of his existence that operates independently of his will. He does not decide to feel this way. He does not choose to persist. Something in him persists regardless of his decisions, regardless of his conscious understanding of the situation, regardless of every reasonable argument that persistence is futile and harmful, and making everything worse for everyone involved. The theory reads this quality of his attachment as the signature of an incomplete imprint, not the imprint as it was meant to complete, which would have brought the overwhelming certainty and peace the other wolves describe, the feeling of coming home, the resolution of everything uncertain into a single irreversible knowing. But the imprint as it was left when the process was interrupted, the pull without the completion, the recognition without the bond, an instinct that identified its intended target and initiated the process and then found itself unable to finish, left running in a kind of permanent suspension, producing all the intensity of an imprint without any of its resolution. Jacob phases for the first time in the months of Bella's depression, following Edward's departure, and this timing is important. The wolf gene activates in him during the precise period when Bella has re-entered La Push's orbit. when she has come back to Jacob seeking comfort and warmth and the specific relief of his uncomplicated company. He does not know why he is transforming. He does not understand what is happening to him. He's terrified and confused, and the transformation itself is violent and disorienting in the way that all first transformations are. But underneath the terror and the confusion, something else is happening that the theory finds significant. The wolf that emerges in Jacob Black during this period is a wolf that is already, from its first moments of existence, oriented toward Bella Swan. This may seem like a small detail, but the wolf's first phase is understood within Quileute tradition as a kind of emergence, a moment when the wolf self comes into being and begins to understand what it is for. Sam's wolf emerged and began protecting the tribe. Leah's wolf emerged into grief and anger that the pack could not escape because she could not escape it. The character of the wolf is shaped by the character of the person and by the conditions of the emergence. Jacob's emergence happens while Bella is the most important thing in his immediate emotional world, while she is the person he spends most of his time with. While his human self has already developed a depth of feeling for her that exceeds anything else in his life. And the wolf that comes into being in those conditions is a wolf that cannot separate itself from her, cannot orient itself away from her, carries the recognition of her as something important encoded into its nature from the very beginning. The months that follow, the months that Bella describes in New Moon as the ones when she began to feel human again, are the months when Jacob's feelings accelerate beyond anything that their relationship's actual development would predict. They spend time together. They rebuild motorcycles. They talk. They develop a genuine friendship that has real warmth and real history to it. And this friendship is the legitimate foundation of what Bella feels for Jacob. The thing she will later honestly acknowledge when she admits that she loves him. But Jacob's feelings during this period are not developing at the rate that their shared experience would normally produce. They are moving faster than that, with an urgency and an intensity that seems to be coming from somewhere beneath the relationship itself, from something that is not being fed by their specific interactions, so much as it is simply there, already fully formed, and waiting for their interactions to catch up to it. He tells her he loves her before they have known each other long enough, in the context of their actual relationship, to reasonably support that statement. He believes it completely when he says it. He is not performing. He's not exaggerating for effect. The feeling he is reporting is real, and it is enormous, and it fills him entirely. And the fact that it has arrived before their relationship has had time to grow to accommodate it. It is something he does not find strange, something he does not stop to question, because he has no framework for recognizing the quality of feeling that would tell him something unusual is happening inside him. The theory has a framework, and in that framework, the feeling arrived before the relationship because it did not come from the relationship, and it came from something else, something that had been trying to complete a process and had been stopped, and was now producing its characteristic intensity in the absence of the resolution that would normally follow completion. Eclipse is where the theory finds its richest material, and where the gap between Jacob's behavior and the behavior of an ordinary person experiencing ordinary romantic love becomes most visible. Jacob in Eclipse is not simply a boy in love with a girl who has chosen someone else. He is a person who genuinely cannot accept that the situation is as clear as it appears to be. He is convinced, with a certainty that he cannot fully explain but cannot doubt, that Bella has feelings for him that she is suppressing, denying, refusing to acknowledge. He is not entirely wrong about this. Bella does have feelings for him. She admits as much to herself and eventually to Edward, who hears the admission with the complicated grace of someone who loves her enough to allow her the honesty. She loves Jacob. The feeling is real. But Jacob's interpretation of what her love for him means, the conclusion he draws from it about what she should do and what choice she should make, goes well beyond what the evidence supports. He reads her genuine but bounded affection as proof that she is making the wrong decision, that if she simply allowed herself to feel fully what she is feeling, she would choose him. He interprets her clear and repeated statements that she's choosing Edward as a kind of confusion to be corrected, rather than a decision to be respected. He arranges situations intended to force her hand. He uses emotional leverage in ways that he recognizes even in the moment as manipulative, and cannot stop himself from doing these things even when part of him understands that they are wrong. The forced kiss in Eclipse is the most direct expression of this. Jacob kisses Bella without her consent, and his justification is that she needs to understand what she's giving up, that she cannot truly choose without experiencing what choosing him would feel like. There is a logic to this that Jacob finds completely sincere and completely compelling. He is not, in his own understanding, doing something wrong. He is trying to give her information she lacks so that her choice can be truly informed. The gap between his perception of this action and what the action actually is, a violation of her stated preferences, is enormous, and he does not see it. He cannot see it because something in him is operating from the assumption that she is his in some fundamental way that her stated preferences do not override. This assumption, the theory argues, is the assumption of an incomplete imprint, an imprint that recognized her as his target and has been running since that recognition without the completion that would have either sealed the bond, or, in a universe where the bond had been definitively rejected, eventually released him from it. He is caught between initiation and completion, between the beginning of a process and an ending that never came. And in that suspended state, he behaves exactly as the theory would predict, not with the peace and certainty of completed imprinting, not with the ordinary grief of rejected love, with something in between, and something that has the characteristics of both and the resolution of neither, something that presses forward with a compulsion he cannot explain and cannot reduce and cannot redirect. The tense scene during the battle in Eclipse is perhaps the most intimate expression of this quality. Jacob holds a hypothermic Bella through the night, while Edward sits nearby, listening to Jacob's thoughts, hearing the specific texture of what Jacob feels for her. Edward, who can read minds with precision and nuance, who has heard every variety of human feeling in a century of involuntary listening, hears something in Jacob's feelings for Bella that he recognizes as extraordinary in its intensity. He does not classify it because he has no category for it, but he hears it. In the conversation that passes between them that night, are Edward and Jacob speaking quietly over Bella's sleeping form? Has underneath it the quality of two people who are both, in different ways, responding to something larger than an ordinary love triangle? Bella's own response to Jacob is honest in its complexity and honest in its limits. She loves him. This is true, and she knows it is true, and she does not hide from it. But her love for him does not produce in her the compulsion it produces in him. She's not unable to choose Edward. She does not feel the pull of Jacob as an override, as something that presses against her choices from outside. She feels it as something real and painful and present. The way any genuine love for a person you are not choosing is real and painful and present. But it does not override her. It does not produce in her the quality of something trying to complete a bond. The theory finds this significant, because if the imprint had been trying to form in both directions, if it had been operating as a mutual compulsion rather than a one-sided one, Bella's experience would presumably reflect that. Instead, her experience of Jacob is the experience of a person feeling genuine human love for someone who is not her choice, and his experience of her is something else, something with a different texture, something that presses and persists and refuses to resolve in the way that his conscious understanding of the situation would suggest it should. He cannot let go, not because he is weak, and not because he is cruel, and not because he does not understand that she has made her choice, but because something in him has not finished something it started, and the incompleteness of it produces a gravity he cannot escape, a pull that has no resolution available to it, that will continue pressing forward until either the process completes, or the intended target becomes permanently inaccessible. The wall was there the whole time, and he kept running into it and calling the collision love, because love was the only word he had for something that was in fact much stranger and much more specific than love has ever been. To understand what the theory believes happened on the cliffs above the ocean at La Push, it is necessary to first understand the state Bella Swan is in when she climbs them. This is not a small detail. The condition of a person matters enormously when we are examining a moment that the theory treats as the closest thing to a completed imprint that Jacob Black ever experienced. And the condition Bella is in during this period is one of the most psychologically extreme states she occupies across the entire saga. Edward left in October. By the time the cliff dive happens, months have passed, and Bella has been living inside an absence so complete that she has organized her entire daily life around strategies for surviving it. She does not sleep well. She does not dream safely. She has learned that certain ordinary things, a particular song, a particular turn of phrase, a particular quality of afternoon light, can split the careful surface of her functioning open and drop her back into the acute phase of the grief. And she navigates her days with the specific careful attention of someone who has mapped every hazard in a room they must cross in the dark. She is not well. She is managing, which is different from well. And the management requires constant effort that leaves very little left over for anything else. The recklessness that develops during this period is both a symptom and a coping mechanism. Bella discovers, through accident and then through deliberate repetition, that extreme physical danger produces a specific effect on her particular grief. When the danger is real enough, when her body commits fully to the chemical cascade of genuine fear, she hears Edward's voice, not as a hallucination exactly, not as something she believes is truly him, but as something her mind produces that sounds like him. That carries a specific quality of concern and warning and love, and that makes the absence feel, for the duration of the danger, slightly less absolute. She chases this effect the way a person chases any relief that works, even knowing it is not healthy, even understanding that it is a sign of how far outside ordinary functioning her grief has carried her. The cliff dive is the furthest expression of this pattern. She has watched the La Push cliff divers, the young men who leap from the high cliffs into the churning water below, as a demonstration of courage and skill, and she has been planning this for weeks, adding it to the list of physical risks that produce the voice and the temporary relief. Jacob knows about it in a general way. He does not know she is planning to do it alone without him, and on a day when a storm is building and the water below the cliffs is rougher and colder and more dangerous than anyone would deliberately choose for a recreational dive. She climbs the cliff on a day that is already wrong. The wind is coming in hard off the water. The sky has the particular grey-green quality that the Pacific Northwest produces when serious weather is arriving rather than simply passing through. The water below is not the water the divers use. It is churned and dark and moving in ways that suggest currents beneath the surface, the kind of currents that are not visible from above and that a swimmer would not discover until they were already inside them. She stands at the edge and looks down and hears the voice, Edward's voice, telling her not to do this, and the presence of the voice is the confirmation she was looking for. She jumps. What happens in the water is more dangerous than she anticipated. The cold hits her with a physical force that is almost stunning, the kind of cold that reaches immediately for the body's core and begins shutting down the periphery in self-preservation. The current she could not see from above is real, and it is powerful, and it takes her almost immediately, pulling her sideways and down with an indifference to her presence that is one of the more clarifying experiences the natural world can offer. She fights it. She is not a strong swimmer, and she knows this, and the knowledge adds its own specific fear to the physical fear of the cold and the dark and the direction the water is pulling her. She cannot find the surface. She cannot tell, in the churning dark, which way is up. She's drowning. Not metaphorically, not in the loose sense the word is sometimes used to describe being overwhelmed. She's actually drowning in water that is very cold and very dark, too far below the surface for the people on the shore to reach her in time if anyone on the shore has seen her go in. She is losing the fight with the current. Her body is beginning to make the involuntary decisions that bodies make when they have exhausted voluntary options and are operating on the last available resources. And then Jacob is in the water. He dives from the cliff without apparent hesitation, without adequate preparation, without any of the considerations that a person thinking clearly about the situation would run through before entering water in those conditions. He dives because she is in the water and she is in trouble, and the possibility of not diving does not register as a real option. He finds her in the dark, which is itself a remarkable thing given the conditions, given the churning water and the absence of light and the current working against any directed search. He finds her and he gets his arms around her and he fights the current that has been pulling her down, fighting it with the supernatural strength of the wolf that is always there beneath his skin, even when he is in his human form. He gets her out. He pulls her onto the rocks at the base of the cliff, and she is alive, and she is coughing up water and gasping, and her body is doing all the involuntary things a body does when it has just been retrieved from the process of drowning. She is alive. This is the first and most important fact of the moment, and Jacob's entire being orients toward it with a relief so acute it is almost indistinguishable from pain. And this is where the theory focuses its full attention. This precise moment. Jacob on the rocks at the base of the cliffs at La Push, Bella alive in his arms, the storm building around them, his heart running at a rate that exceeds anything ordinary fear would produce. The conditions of this moment match the conditions under which imprinting is understood to occur with an exactness that the theory does not believe is coincidental. Consider what is present. There is extreme emotion, the specific combination of terror and relief that produces a state of heightened awareness in which the world narrows to its most essential components. There is complete, total, our absolute focus on one specific person. All of Jacob's attention contracted to Bella's face and her heartbeat, and the fact of her continued existence in a way that excludes everything else. There is a life or death intensity, the particular quality of a moment in which the worst possible outcome was just barely avoided, in which the reality of loss was close enough to touch. And there is physical proximity and contact, his arms around her, her weight against him, her warmth beginning to return against the cold of the wet rocks. These are precisely the conditions that the wolves describe when they describe imprinting. The world narrows. Everything else fades. There is one person, and a kind of gravity and a recognition that arrives with the force of absolute certainty. Sam has described something like this. The other wolves who have imprinted describe the specific quality of focused attention that precedes the bond completing. The moment before the click, before the world reorganizes, before everything settles into the new arrangement that will define the rest of the wolf's existence. Jacob, on the rocks at La Push with Bella in his arms, is in exactly that moment. He is at the precise threshold of the experience the other wolves have described. The world has narrowed. The focus is absolute. The emotion is at its peak. Everything that needs to be in place for the process to complete is in place, and then something stops. Jacob will not describe it this way, because Jacob does not have the framework to describe it this way. What he experiences in that moment is intensity without resolution, or an enormous feeling that presses forward and doesn't arrive anywhere. Something that moves in the direction of the click the other wolves describe and finds, instead of arrival, a surface. The theory names this surface for what it is. The same wall Edward found in a biology classroom. The same boundary Aro found with his ancient, practiced hands. The same threshold that Jane's gift reached and could not cross. Bella's shield, passive and unconscious, and entirely automatic, doing what it has always done at the boundary of her inner world. The imprint that was trying to complete in that moment on the rocks was not trying to do something gentle. Imprinting is not gentle. It is absolute. It reorganizes the wolf's entire existence, and it changes the relationship between two people in ways that neither of them fully chooses. It would have bound Jacob to Bella in a way that overrode everything that came before, every previous relationship, every previous feeling, every previous sense of self. It would have reached across the space between them and imposed a new reality on both of their lives without Bella's knowledge or consent. Bella's shield has been blocking exactly that category of force since before she could form memories. It does not know what imprinting is. It does not evaluate the specific force approaching the boundary and make a judgment about this particular case. It simply responds to the nature of what it encounters, and what it encounters in that moment on the rocks is a force trying to cross the line between outside and inside, trying to impose a bond that Bella did not choose, in trying to change the fundamental nature of her relationship to another person without her awareness or participation. The shield closes. The process stops. Jacob is left at the threshold of something he will never be able to name, feeling an intensity that has nowhere to resolve, a recognition that arrived and was not confirmed, a pull that will persist for years in the absence of the completion that would have either satisfied it or, through the full establishment of the bond and its acknowledgement, eventually released it into something more peaceful than what he carries instead. He dismisses what he felt as adrenaline, as the specific emotional chaos of having nearly lost her, of having found her in that dark water, of the relief that is so large it feels like something else. This is a reasonable interpretation. It is the interpretation any person would reach in the absence of the framework that would allow them to recognize what actually happened. He does not know he was at the threshold of imprinting. He doesn't know that something tried to complete in him and was stopped. He has no way of knowing that the intensity he is feeling, which does not diminish the way adrenaline diminishes, which will still be there in weeks and months and years, is not the normal emotional aftermath of a frightening afternoon, but the signature of something that was interrupted before it could finish. Bella, for her part, experiences none of this on the level the theory is describing. She does not feel the imprint attempt. She does not sense the shield operating. She's cold and exhausted and grateful, and she is just nearly drowned. And then what she is aware of is Jacob's arms and the solid reality of the rocks beneath her and the fact that she is breathing. The extraordinary thing that just happened at the boundary of her inner world leaves no trace she can detect, produces no feeling she would recognize as anything other than the ordinary relief of survival. This is perhaps the most quietly devastating aspect of the theory's reading of this moment. The most significant thing that does not happen in the entire saga happens here, on these rocks, in the rain, and neither of the two people most directly affected by it has any awareness of it at all. One of them felt something enormous and attributed it to the wrong cause. One of them felt nothing, protected by a shield she does not know she carries, from a process she would never have chosen. What would the world have looked like if the imprint had completed in that moment? The theory allows itself this question briefly, because the answer illuminates the stakes. Jacob's entire trajectory changes. The relentless, painful, unresolvable pull that will define his relationship with Bella through Eclipse simply resolves. He knows. He is certain, with the specific absolute certainty of completed imprinting, and certainty is the one thing his actual experience of Bella never gives him. The obsessive campaign of Eclipse, the forced kiss, the emotional manipulation, the refusal to accept her choices, none of these would have been necessary, because the wolf whose imprint has completed does not need to campaign. The bond is not something he is trying to create. It already exists. All of it becomes unnecessary, and Bella would have been told. Jacob has said this himself in a different context, asserting that she would have known immediately if he had imprinted on her. This means the knowledge would have arrived quickly, and with it an entirely different set of decisions for Bella to make. Not the decision she actually makes, which is her own and entirely hers, but a different decision, made in a different context, with the additional complexity of knowing that Jacob's feelings for her are not ordinary feelings but a bond that will define his existence regardless of what she chooses. Edward's path changes too. Whether Bella would ultimately have chosen differently under these circumstances is not something the theory claims to know, but the landscape of the choice would have been fundamentally altered, and the final shape of the saga's relationships might have been unrecognizable compared to what the story actually gives us. None of this happens. The shield held. The moment passed. They sat on the rocks in the rain, and Jacob carried her back up the cliff path and into the warmth of his garage. And the world continued on the trajectory it had already established. And the thing that had almost changed everything quietly did not change anything at all. Except that Jacob could not let go. Except that the pull persisted without resolving. Except that he would spend the next year and beyond running toward a completion that had already been made impossible, carrying an intensity that had no source he could name and no resolution he could reach, running again and again into a wall that he could not see and therefore could not understand, and therefore could never stop running into. The cliff dive is where it should have ended, or where it should have truly begun. Instead, it became neither. It became the suspended middle of something that was never allowed to finish, the moment that defined everything that followed by being the moment that almost was. There is a harder version of this theory, and it deserves to be told honestly rather than softened into something more comfortable. The version explored in the acts before, this one is already unsettling in certain respects, but it retains something recognizable at its center. Jacob loved Bella. The feeling was real. The imprint tried to form around something genuine, around a real connection between two real people, and was stopped before it could complete. There is tragedy in that version, and there is complexity, but there is also a kind of dignity to Jacob's experience of her. He felt something true. It simply could not finish. The harder version removes even that. It proposes that Jacob was never truly in love with Bella Swan at all. That what he experienced as love for her, what he described as love, what he genuinely believed to be love in the deepest and most sincere sense available to him, was actually something else entirely. Something misdirected. Something that was always aimed at a level completely beneath his conscious awareness. Not at Bella herself, but at something she carried. Something that did not yet exist as a separate person when he first began to feel the pull. Something that would not exist until breaking dawn, like when Bella's body paid a terrible price to bring it into the world. This version of the theory proposes that Jacob Black was always going to imprint on Renesmee Cullin, not as a redirect, not as a second choice after the original bond failed, but as the original and only destination of the imprint, and that his feelings for Bella, real and enormous and completely sincere as they were to him, were never about Bella at all. They were about the person Bella would eventually carry. They were about genetic proximity, about the imprint's instinct reaching toward the closest available expression of its true target before that target existed in a form the bond could fully recognize. They were about her daughter, before her daughter was a thought in anyone's mind. This is the interpretation that some readings of the saga find most compelling, and it is the interpretation that, if true, casts the longest shadow over everything that precedes it. because if it is correct, then Bella was never a destination. She was a pathway. She was the bridge between Jacob and the person he was always meant to find, and her importance to him was conditional from the first moment he felt it, dependent on a biological fact about her future that neither of them knew. The evidence for this interpretation begins, as all the theory's evidence does, with the specific quality of Jacob's feelings. In the acts before this one, that quality was read as the signature of an incomplete imprint. The compulsion, the persistence, the inability to redirect, the sense of something trying to complete and failing. But there is another reading of those same qualities, and one that the alternative theory finds more accurate. The feelings Jacob has for Bella are enormous, but they are also, when examined carefully, slightly misaligned. They do not quite fit her. They are too large for the relationship they are supposed to belong to, too absolute for the history that produced them, too resistant to the specific things about Bella that should matter to someone who loves her as a person, rather than as a biological fact. Jacob's love for Bella is notably unresponsive to who she actually is. He loves her. He is sure of this. But the love does not seem to require her specific character, her specific choices, her specific way of being in the world. He's not in love with the version of Bella who chooses Edward. He's not in love with the version of Bella who wants transformation, who is drawn to the vampire world, or who is willing to leave her human life behind for something she has chosen with complete clarity. He resists these versions of her, argues against them, treats them as obstacles rather than as expressions of who she actually is. What he loves seems less like Bella herself, and more like something he associates with her, something he is reaching toward through her, something that her physical presence points him toward without quite being. This misalignment is one of the things that makes Jacob's love difficult to understand even from the inside. He cannot explain why he loves her in the specific terms that would make sense if the love were straightforwardly about her. He cannot articulate what it is about Bella Swan in particular that produces this particular response in him. When he tries, he reaches for generalities, out for the warmth of her and the realness of her, and the way she makes him feel less alone. And these things are true, but they are also the kinds of things that could apply to a great many people. The specific, irreducible particularity of loving one specific person rather than another is harder for him to access than it should be, because the thing he is responding to is not fully her. The timeline of Bella's pregnancy, when examined through this lens, becomes the most compelling section of evidence the alternative theory can offer. Jacob's response to learning that Bella is pregnant is immediate and visceral and overwhelmingly negative. He's furious. He's horrified. He directs a significant portion of his rage at Edward, which is understandable, and a significant portion at what Bella is carrying, which he calls a thing, which he treats as the enemy, which he would destroy if he could without destroying her. His stated feelings about the pregnancy in its early stages are completely consistent with someone who loves Bella and is watching something harm her. But his behavior does not match his stated feelings, and this gap is where the alternative theory finds its footing. Jacob cannot leave. He makes the decision to leave. He articulates the reasons he should leave. He understands intellectually that staying is causing him pain and accomplishing nothing and placing him in opposition to his pack in ways that have real consequences. He knows he should go, and he stays anyway, with a persistence that mirrors exactly the persistence that characterized his inability to leave Bella alone during new moon and eclipse, and the same quality of compulsion operating beneath the level of conscious decision. The same sense of something holding him in place that is not the same as choosing to stay. The theory asks why. If Jacob's reasons for staying were purely about Bella, about his love for her and his need to protect her, the decision to stay would feel like a choice made from love. It would have the weight and the texture of sacrifice, of someone doing a difficult thing for a clear reason. Instead, it has the quality of inability, of someone who has tried to leave and found that leaving is not available to them, not because they lack courage or conviction, but because something in them will not permit the distance. This is not the behavior of love for Bella. It is the behavior of proximity to something else. As the pregnancy progresses, something shifts in Jacob's relationship to what Bella is carrying, and the shift happens gradually enough that it is easy to miss if the reader is not looking for it. His hostility toward the pregnancy begins to develop cracks. He continues to state his hatred of the baby. He continues to frame it as the thing that is destroying Bella. But his actual behavior around the pregnancy becomes increasingly difficult to reconcile with genuine hatred. He stays close. He monitors. He finds himself, against his explicit will and stated feelings, beginning to relate to the pregnancy as something other than simply the enemy. There is a moment, quiet and easy to overlook, where Jacob acknowledges to himself that he cannot harm the baby, even when harming it would be the logical extension of the position he has been arguing. He has the opportunity, and in the chaos and desperation of that period in the Cullin house, and he finds that the opportunity is theoretical rather than real. Something in him will not move in that direction. He frames this as being about Bella, about not being able to harm something that is part of her. But the theory reads it differently. The thing he cannot harm is not Bella. It is what Bella carries. And the reason he cannot harm it is not love for its mother, but the beginning of a recognition that has not yet fully formed. The blood-drinking scene is perhaps the most quietly revealing moment of this entire period. Bella begins drinking human blood to sustain herself and the pregnancy, because the baby needs something that her current diet is not providing, and the shift in her physical state that follows is noticeable. She becomes slightly more stable and slightly more present, slightly more able to sustain herself through the ordeal her body is undergoing. Jacob witnesses this. His response is complex in ways that deserve attention. He is relieved that she is stronger. This part makes sense on the surface, but the specific quality of his relief is oriented less toward Bella as a person and more toward the continuation of the pregnancy, toward the survival of what she is carrying, in a way that sits slightly off-center from straightforward concern for someone you love. He is keeping her alive. This is how he frames it to himself and to others, and it is true. But the theory asks what precisely he is most committed to keeping alive, because the two things, Bella herself and the pregnancy she is sustaining, are not identical in their claims on his attention and his behavior, and examined honestly, suggests that the pregnancy has a claim on him that operates somewhat independently of his feelings for her. This is the mechanism the alternative theory proposes. The imprinting instinct is understood to be genetic in its orientation, drawn toward the person whose biological material will best serve the continuation of the wolf line. Renesmee, as the biological daughter of Bella Swan, shares Bella's genetic material. Before she is born, before she exists as a separate person with a separate heartbeat and a separate face, she exists as a biological potential within Bella's body. And the imprinting instinct, which operates beneath conscious awareness, which is not a feeling Jacob has, but a process his wolf nature is running, may have been orienting toward that biological potential from the beginning. And this would mean that Jacob's pull toward Bella was always in its deepest mechanism, a pull toward what Bella could become the vehicle for. Not toward her as a person, but toward the genetic material she represented, the biological possibility she carried, the future person whose existence the imprinting instinct had already, in some sense, identified as its destination before that person had any existence to identify. This is not a comfortable thing to sit with. It removes something from Jacob's experience of Bella that most readings of the saga want to preserve: the authenticity of his love for her, the sense that she mattered to him in the specific and irreducible way that a person matters when they are truly loved. If the alternative theory is correct, then what Jacob felt for Bella was real in the sense that it was not performed, not dishonest, not consciously manufactured. He genuinely felt it, but it was not really about her. It was about something she was a biological precondition for, and she never knew this. She spent months of her life navigating the weight of his feelings, taking seriously the claim those feelings made on her attention and her choices, believing that what he felt for her was at least straightforwardly hers, even if her response to it was complicated. It was not entirely hers, and the theory finds a particular kind of sadness in this. The moment the imprint completes on Renesmee is the moment that makes the alternative theory most convincing to those who find it compelling. Jacob is in the Cullin house during the birth. Bella is dying. The violence of what her body has undergone is extreme, and Jacob's understanding in those first moments after the birth is that she is gone. He intends to kill the baby. He moves toward her with this intention clearly formed, with grief and rage and the specific clarity that sometimes follows catastrophic loss when the mind simplifies itself to avoid being destroyed by complexity. He sees her face. The imprint completes instantly and absolutely, with none of the resistance, none of the hesitation, none of the sense of hitting a wall that characterized every moment the bond tried to form in relation to Bella. It is immediate. It is total. The world reorganizes in the space of a single breath, and everything that was in Jacob before that moment, the grief, the rage, the intention he was moving toward, the years of feeling for Bella that had defined so much of his existence, all of it recedes, and not gradually, immediately. The new center establishes itself, and everything else becomes background with a speed and completeness that the theory finds deeply significant. Because if Jacob's feelings for Bella had been genuinely, originally, straightforwardly about her, the imprint on Renesmee would not have been able to dissolve them so instantaneously. Real love for a specific person does not vanish in the space of a single look at someone else, even under the influence of something as powerful as imprinting. The wolves who have imprinted while in previous relationships describe the prior feelings receding, but receding is not the same as disappearing in an instant. There is a process. There is a period of adjustment, of the old feelings fading as the new ones establish themselves as the primary reality. Jacob has no such period. The prior feelings do not fade. They simply cease to be the foreground the moment Reneme's face replaces them. This suggests, the theory argues, that they were never truly the foreground. There were always something running in the place the foreground should have occupied. A proxy, a placeholder, a process trying to approximate its true destination with the closest available material. The moment the true destination was available, the proxy collapsed instantly because it had never been the real thing. Jacob's post-imprint explanation that his feelings for Bella were always really about Renesmee is accepted at face value by the saga, offered as a revelation that makes everything before it makes sense. But the theory looks at this explanation with careful attention to where it comes from. It comes from a mind that has just been reorganized by imprinting. It comes from a person whose understanding of his own past has just been rewritten by a bond that, the wolves are clear about this, changes everything, including perception. Imprinting does not only change the present and the future, it reshapes the past, makes the prior feelings readable as having always been about this person, creates a narrative of inevitability that the imprinted wolf then believes with complete sincerity. Jacob believes his explanation because the imprint has made it feel true. But the feeling of truth and the fact of truth are not the same thing, and the theory is not obligated to accept one as evidence of the other. What remains, when the alternative theory is followed to its conclusion, is a portrait of Bella Swan's role in Jacob's story that is significantly darker than the one the saga presents. She was a bridge. She was the closest available biological approximation of his actual imprint target, and the imprinting instinct used her proximity to that target to keep Jacob oriented in the right direction until the target itself became accessible. His devotion to her was real in its intensity but conditional in its nature, dependent on what she carried rather than on who she was. And she was never given the information that would have allowed her to understand this, never told that the enormous weight of his feelings might have had a source that was not entirely her, never offered the choice of whether to be the bridge he needed her to be. One, whether the alternative theory is more accurate than the incomplete imprint theory is a question the saga leaves genuinely open, and the theory does not claim certainty where the text does not provide it. Both interpretations explain the same evidence. Both produce a Jacob whose behavior makes sense within their framework. Both lead to the same outcome, an imprint on Renesmee that completed instantly and absolutely, after years of something that could not complete on Bella. The difference between them is a question of what Jacob lost, or what he never truly had. And the difference between those two things is not small. One version of him is a person who loved genuinely and was stopped from completing that love by something neither of them could control. The other is a person who was never quite loving who he thought he was loving, who was always reaching through a person towards something on the other side of her. Both versions are sad. The theory holds both of them, and does not ask you to choose between them, and asks only that you sit with the discomfort of not knowing, which is where the most honest part of this story lives. There is a word the Quileute wolves do not use when they talk about imprinting, and the absence of that word is itself a kind of evidence. The word is override. They use other words instead: destiny, gift, gravity, the pull, the rightness of it. They speak of imprinting in the language of completion, of something arriving that was always supposed to arrive, of a void being filled that the wolf did not know was empty until the moment it was no longer. The vocabulary they reach for is the vocabulary of romance and fate, and of the universe arranging itself into a pattern that was always latent in its structure, finally made visible. But underneath all of that language, underneath the poetry of it and the tradition of it, and the genuine sincerity with which the wolves who have imprinted describe their experience, what imprinting does at the level of mechanism is override. It overrides the wolves' previous feelings, previous relationships, previous futures, previous understanding of their own desires. It overrides the imprintee's ability to exist in relation to the wolf as an ordinary person exists in relation to another ordinary person, with the full range of relational possibilities available to them, including the possibility of genuine indifference, of simply not being particularly interested. It overrides the social and emotional context within which two people might otherwise encounter each other and decide freely and mutually whether they want to be in each other's lives at all. This is not a romantic observation. It is a mechanical one. And the theory that sits at the center of tonight's story finds this mechanism worth examining with the kind of careful, unhurried attention that the saga itself does not always apply to it. Because the question of what imprinting actually does, as distinct from what the wolves believe it is, and what the narrative sometimes allows it to appear to be, is central to understanding why Bella's shield may have responded to it the way the theory proposes it did. And it is central to understanding something larger about the Twilight universe that the story gestures toward without fully articulating. Imprinting is presented in the Quileute tradition as beautiful. This must be acknowledged genuinely and without condescension, because the wolves who believe this are not naive, and they are not wrong that the experience of imprinting from the inside of it has qualities that deserve the words they reach for. Sam loves Emily with a completeness and a devotion that most people spend their entire lives hoping to feel towards someone and never quite reaching. Quill's relationship with Claire, whatever it becomes as she grows, is characterized by a constancy and a care that most children never experience from anyone who is not biologically obligated to provide it. The wolves are not lying when they call imprinting a gift. They are reporting their experience accurately. The gift is real, but the wolves who believe imprinting is beautiful are, without exception, the wolves who have imprinted. Their perception of the phenomenon has been shaped by the phenomenon itself. This is not a small consideration. Imprinting, as the wolves describe it and as the story depicts it, reorganizes the imprinted wolf's entire understanding of their situation. It makes the bond feel inevitable, destined, correct in a way that goes beyond preference or opinion, into some that feels like simple, factual reality. The wolf who has imprinted does not experience their bond as the result of a biological process that overrode their previous emotional state. They experience it as having finally understood something true. The feeling of truth is what the imprint produces, and the feeling of truth and the fact of truth are not required to be the same thing. This means that the testimony of imprinted wolves about the beauty and rightness of imprinting must be held with a specific awareness of where that testimony comes from. These are not independent observers reporting on a phenomenon from the outside. These are people whose perception has been reorganized by the very process they are describing. Their assessment of its value is produced by the same mechanism whose value they are assessing. The circularity of this is not a reason to dismiss their experience, which is genuine, but it is a reason to look at imprinting from other angles as well, from the angles that the imprinted wolves are not positioned to see. The angle the theory is most interested in is the imprintee's angle. What does imprinting look like from the position of the person the bond forms around? The person who did not initiate it, who did not choose it, who simply existed in the world and then found themselves the gravitational center of someone else's reorganized universe. The clearest, sustained example, as always, is Emily Young. Emily's story is told almost entirely through other people's perspectives. She is Sam's imprint, and the story reaches her through Sam's love for her and the pack's affection for her and the warm domestic space she has created at the center of their lives. What the story does not spend much time inside is Emily's experience of the process that made her Sam's imprint. The rejection, the period of Sam's relentless presence despite her stated preference that he not be present, the accident, the scarring, the gradual movement from no toward yes, from resistance toward acceptance, from Emily as herself toward Emily as Sam's imprint in the role the narrative assigns to her. What the theory asks about this sequence is a question the saga does not ask. At what point in that sequence did Emily freely choose the outcome? She rejected Sam initially. This was a free choice, made with full information about Sam's feelings and a clear preference expressed about what she wanted. Then Sam remained. Then the circumstances of his remaining exerted pressure on her daily life, on her relationship with Leah, on the social world of the reservation, on every context within which she had to navigate his continued devoted presence. From then there was the accident, which changed the nature of Sam's guilt and her own forgiveness, and the emotional texture of the relationship in ways that are impossible to fully separate from what came before. And then there was yes. The yes that Emily eventually arrived at is presented as genuine, and it may well be genuine, in the sense that by the time she said it, she may have felt it completely and without reservation. But the path that led to the yes ran through circumstances that were produced by the imprint's own insistence. The wolf cannot leave the imprintee alone. This is not a metaphor. It is a description of the bond's actual function. Sam could not have chosen to give Emily the space she asked for and respect her no, in the ordinary way that a person respects another person's stated preference about their own life, and the imprint would not have permitted it. And so, the conditions under which Emily's yes eventually formed were conditions that the imprint itself created by making Sam's presence in her life unavoidable regardless of what she said she wanted. This is the wolves' blind spot. They do not see it because they cannot see it, because the bond that prevents them from leaving the imprintee's life also prevents them from being able to fully imagine what it would look like if they did. They are inside a system that they experience as love, and from inside that system, the imprintee's eventual acceptance looks like the natural evolution of a genuine relationship. What it would look like from outside that system, from a position not shaped by the imprint's reorganization of perception, is more complicated and more difficult, and the theory believes it is worth the difficulty. The concept of emotional conditioning is relevant here, and the theory applies it carefully rather than broadly. Emotional conditioning is not manipulation in the deliberate, conscious sense. It is not a plan. The wolf is not engineering the imprintee's feelings with cynical intent. What happens instead is that the conditions created by the imprint's demands, the constant presence, the total devotion, the way the wolf's entire existence centers on the imprintee, before the imprintee has done anything to earn that centrality, create an environment within which certain emotional outcomes become more likely over time, regardless of how the process began. Being the most important person in someone's universe is a powerful experience. Being loved with that completeness and being cared for with that constancy, being the gravitational center of a devoted and capable person's entire existence, these things produce responses in the person they are directed at. They are not neutral. They shape the emotional landscape within which the imprintee lives, and they shape it in directions that favor the bond the wolf carries. The imprintee does not choose the shaping. They do not choose to be the center of this universe. They simply find themselves there, and over time, inside that position, they develop feelings that are real and their own and genuinely felt, but that were cultivated in soil, the imprint prepared rather than soil the imprintee selected. The Quileute wolves do not have a word for this. They do not identify it as a dynamic that requires examination. They see the endpoint, which is love, and they experience the endpoint as good, and they do not interrogate the path that led there with the kind of attention that the path deserves. This is the blind spot, not a failure of character, but a failure of perspective, the natural result of being inside a system that prevents the kind of distance required to see the system clearly. Bella Swan's entire character is, in a sense, a sustained argument against this kind of blind spot. She insists on seeing clearly. She insists on choosing deliberately. She's not always successful at either of these things, and she makes decisions throughout the saga that other people find frustrating or reckless or inadequately considered. But the insistence itself is consistent. She wants her choices to be hers. She wants the things that are true about her life to be true because she looked at them and decided they were true, not because circumstances arranged themselves in ways that made certain conclusions feel inevitable. She resists being managed toward outcomes, even by people who love her genuinely and want those outcomes for her because they believe the outcomes are good. This is not a small thing in a universe where so many forces are trying to manage her toward outcomes. Edward wants to protect her from transformation. Jacob wants to redirect her toward himself. The Volturi want to use her as a demonstration of one kind of outcome or another. Alice sees futures and sometimes pushes toward the one she prefers. Carlyle has philosophies about what the right choices look like. Everyone in Bella's life has opinions about what she should do and what she should want, and what direction her future should move in. And Bella, quietly and persistently, and sometimes at great personal cost, keeps returning to her own judgment about these things, keeps insisting that the choices belong to her even when every surrounding pressure is pointing in a different direction. The shield is the physical expression of this insistence. It is not a philosophical position. It is not a conscious choice Bella makes. It is what her nature looks like when it is translated into supernatural terms. The biological reality of a person who at the deepest available level will not allow her inner world to be entered without invitation. It does not distinguish between forces that mean her harm and forces that mean her well. Jane means her harm. Our Edward means her only good. The shield blocks them both, not because it has assessed their intentions, but because neither of them was invited. The criterion for what the shield permits is not the goodness of what approaches. It is the consent of the person being approached. Imprinting does not ask for consent. This is definitional. The bond forms before the imprintee has any awareness that a bond is forming, before they have any opportunity to evaluate whether they would choose it, before the question of their preference has been raised at all. The Quileute tradition does not present this as a flaw. It presents it as a feature, as the aspect of imprinting that makes it more reliable and more absolute than ordinary love, which is subject to the vagaries of preference and timing and circumstance. And the imprint does not depend on the imprintee finding the wolf appealing on a particular day or in a particular context. It simply exists, and the imprintee's preferences are not a precondition for its existence. Bella's shield responds to the absence of consent rather than to any other feature of what approaches it. It does not evaluate imprinting as a concept. It simply encounters something trying to cross the line between outside and inside without being invited across, and it does what it has always done. The crossing does not happen. The bond does not complete. And the wolf on the other side of the boundary is left with something that resembles the imprint's intensity, without the imprint's resolution, running forward without anywhere to arrive, producing all the characteristic qualities of the bond without the completion that would have organized those qualities into something stable and nameable. The Volturi parallel that the theory draws here is not accidental. In Breaking Dawn, when the Volturi arrive at the Cullin clearing and Jane and Alec both attempt to use their abilities against Bella, they fail, and their failure has the same quality as every previous failure. The abilities reach the boundary and stop. They do not diminish against her. They do not partially penetrate and produce a reduced effect. They simply stop, as completely and cleanly as if they encountered a physical wall, because the boundary they are reaching is not a matter of degree. It is a matter of nature, the nature of what approaches, something trying to enter without invitation, and the nature of what it meets, a boundary that has never permitted that, produce an outcome that is not negotiable. There is no stronger version of Jane's gift that would work on Bella. There is no more ancient or practiced version of Aro's touch that would find purchase. The shield does not have a threshold above which it can be overcome. It simply is, at the exact place where intrusion would begin. This is the same encounter that imprinting would have had, not a weakened version that produced a partial bond, not a reduced effect that created something like imprinting without completing it fully. A clean stop, at the exact boundary where the bond would have needed to cross from the wolf's interior experience into the shared space between two people. The shared space is where the imprintee's life begins to be shaped by the bond. The shared space is what the shield guards. The bond may have existed fully within Jacob, as the theory proposes, as an orientation and an intensity and a pull that was entirely real, but the part that would have reached into Bella's life and begun to shape it, begun to make her the center of a universe she did not design, that part met the shield and stopped there. The wolves' blind spot is that they have no category for this. Their tradition does not include a story about an imprint that was blocked. It does not include a framework for understanding what would happen to a wolf if the bond initiated and could not complete. They have stories about imprinting as it works when it works. Stories about the gift and the gravity and the beauty of it. Stories about imprinted wolves becoming whatever their person needs. They do not have a story about the wolf who ran forward toward completion and found a wall. Jacob became that story without knowing he was in it. He carried the bond's intensity without its resolution, experienced all the characteristic qualities of imprinting in their most difficult form, the compulsion and the inability to redirect, and the sense of something unfinished pressing constantly against the limits of what was available to him, without any of the peace and certainty that completion would have brought. He was inside an experience his tradition had not prepared him for, using the only framework available to him, which was love, to describe something that was in fact more specific and more mechanical than love, and that his tradition's blind spot prevented anyone around him from identifying correctly. Whether any of this was fated, whether Bella's shield responding to the imprint was itself part of a pattern the universe was running toward Renesmee rather than away from Jacob, is a question the theory leaves open, because the saga leaves it open. What the theory does not leave open is the reality of the dynamic, the override, the blind spot, the consent that imprinting does not ask for and that Bella's nature does not permit to be bypassed. These things are present in the text. The theory simply holds them in the light long enough to see what they look like when they are not softened by the vocabulary of destiny and gift and the gravity of the inevitable. They look like a system, a powerful, biologically real, emotionally genuine system that does not ask permission and that met in Bella Swan, and the one thing it was not equipped to negotiate with. A person who had always known, at a level far beneath words, that some things do not get to enter without being asked. Eclipse is the book that belongs most completely to Jacob Black, in the sense that it is the book where his claim on the story's emotional center is strongest, where his presence is most sustained, where the argument for him as a genuine alternative to Edward is made with the most care and the most conviction. It is also, read through the theory's lens, the book that most clearly displays what an incomplete imprint looks like when it is operating at full pressure against circumstances that will not yield to it. Every major scene in Eclipse involving Jacob and Bella becomes, under this reading, not the story of a boy fighting for a girl he loves, but the story of a biological process fighting for a completion it cannot reach, using the boy as its instrument and the girl as its target, and producing in both of them feelings and behaviors that exceed what the situation, understood in ordinary human terms, would explain. The central tension of Eclipse is established early and maintained throughout. Bella loves Edward. She's going to marry him. She's going to become a vampire. These are not ambiguous positions that she holds tentatively and might be persuaded away from under the right circumstances. They are decisions she has made with the kind of clarity that comes from having examined them honestly and repeatedly under pressure and finding that they do not change. She is not confused about what she wants. She is not secretly hoping someone will talk her out of her choices. The clarity is real, and Jacob knows the clarity is real, and he campaigns against it anyway, with an intensity and a persistence that his own conscious understanding of the situation cannot fully justify. This is the first thing the theory notices about Eclipse Jacob. He is not operating from a rational assessment of his chances. A person operating from a rational assessment of their chances, in Jacob's situation, would recognize at some early point that the campaign is not working, that Bella's choices are not softening under pressure, and would make some adjustment to their approach or their expectations. Jacob does not do this. He continues with the same insistence regardless of how clearly the situation is communicating that insistence is futile. This is not ordinary stubbornness, and it is not ordinary romantic persistence. It is the behavior of something that cannot stop, something running on a compulsion that does not respond to evidence the way a conscious decision would respond to evidence. The imprint, incomplete and unresolved, pressing forward because that is what it does, because stopping is not available to it any more than it was available to Sam when Emily told him no. The forced kiss is the scene Eclipse is perhaps most remembered for in discussions of Jacob's character, and it is the scene the theory finds most revealing when read carefully. Jacob kisses Bella without her consent. He frames this to himself, and then to her, and then to her father, who finds the whole thing somewhat less troubling than he should, as an act of information delivery. She needs to know what she is giving up, and she cannot make a fully informed choice without experiencing what choosing him would feel like. The logic is sincere. Jacob is not constructing a justification after the fact. He genuinely believes this framing when he acts on it, genuinely experiences his violation of her stated preferences as a form of service to her decision-making process. The gap between what Jacob believes he is doing and what he is actually doing is enormous, and the theory reads that gap as the space the incomplete imprint occupies. A person operating from ordinary romantic feeling, however intense, retains enough access to the other person's perspective to recognize that kissing someone who has not indicated they want to be kissed is a violation regardless of the kisser's intentions. Jacob's access to Bella's perspective on this point is notably absent. He is so completely inside his own experience of the situation, inside the compulsion and the certainty that something is unfinished between them, that her perspective on what she wants and what she has consented to is not quite real to him in the way that it would need to be real to him in order for him to stop. The imprint's insistence has narrowed his available perspective to the point where her no is something he is trying to correct rather than something he is required to respect. Bella's response to the forced kiss is honest in its complexity, and the theory does not ask it to be simpler than it is. She hits him. She breaks her hand doing it, which is its own kind of statement about the difference in their physical realities. She is angry. The anger is genuine, but she also does not experience the kiss as something entirely without resonance, and her honesty about this, the admission to herself that the feeling was not nothing, is one of the things that makes her character trustworthy as a narrator of her own experience. She feels something. The theory's reading of what she feels is not that she is responding to Jacob as a romantic possibility she has been suppressing, but that she is responding to the edge of the incomplete imprint, the pull that exists at the boundary between them, the unresolved something that she has been feeling in his vicinity without having a name for it. It is not love in the sense Jacob means when he uses the word. It is the ambient pressure of something that was trying to form and could not. He felt from the imprintee's side as a vague and unlocatable pull that does not rise to the level of choice, but is not entirely absent either. The tense scene operates at a different register than the forced kiss, quieter and more intimate, and in some ways more telling. Jacob holds a hypothermic Bella through the night in a small tent, while a storm moves across the mountain, and Edward sits in the corner listening to Jacob's thoughts with the specific attentiveness of someone who is trying to understand what they are hearing. What Edward hears in Jacob's mind during this scene is not simple. It is not the ordinary interior monologue of a teenager in love with a girl he cannot have. It has a quality that Edward recognizes as extraordinary without being able to classify it, at a depth and an absoluteness that exceeds the emotional register of the situation. He hears in Jacob's feelings for Bella something that doesn't quite fit the category of romantic love, even as it uses that category's language. Something larger, something that seems to be running from a source deeper than personality or history, or the specific connection between two particular people. The theory names that source. Edward is hearing the incomplete imprint. He's hearing the signature of a biological process that has been running without resolution for over a year, producing its characteristic intensity in the absence of the completion that would have organized it into something stable. He does not have this framework. He has no way of knowing what he is actually listening to, but he hears that it is something, and that it exceeds what it appears to be. And the conversation he and Jacob have across Bella's sleeping form that night has underneath it the quality of two people responding to a dynamic neither of them fully understands. Jacob's ultimatum, which arrives not as a single dramatic statement, but as a sustained pressure throughout Eclipse, is perhaps the most honest expression of what the incomplete imprint demands. He tells Bella, in various ways and at various moments, that if she chooses Edward and chooses transformation, she is choosing to end something permanently, not just their friendship, which is already under strain, not just the possibility of a romantic relationship, which she has never encouraged in the way he has needed her to encourage it. Something more fundamental. He is aware, at a level he cannot fully articulate, and that vampire Bella will be beyond any possible version of what he has been trying to reach. That whatever the connection between them is, whatever its nature and its source, and its unresolved potential, her transformation will close it definitively and without appeal. He is right about this, and the theory finds his rightness significant. He does not know about imprinting's failure to complete on Bella. He does not have the framework of the theory available to him, but his instinct that her transformation represents a permanent closing of something that has been suspended rather than simply unresolved. That distinction matters within the theory, is accurate. Vampire Bella's shield becomes dramatically stronger after transformation. The barrier that stopped the imprint from completing, already formidable in its human form, I become something Aro himself describes as extraordinary in its scope and impermeability. Whatever chance remained, in theory, for the bond to find some way through, ends the moment the venom finishes its work and Bella's shield reaches its full vampire strength. Jacob knows this without knowing why he knows it. His urgency in Eclipse has underneath it the specific quality of someone racing a clock they cannot see, pressing toward a completion that is getting further away with every day that passes rather than closer, without understanding the mechanism that is moving it away from him. The battle at the end of Eclipse and Jacob's serious injury during it produces in Bella a response that she finds difficult to integrate with her understanding of her own feelings. Her grief at his injury is real and large, larger than she expected, larger than feels proportionate to the relationship as she has understood it. She sits with him while he heals, and the sitting has a quality of genuine anguish that surprises her. The theory reads this as Bella feeling, perhaps for the clearest time in the saga, the weight of what exists between them without understanding its source. Not love in the way Jacob means, not a hidden preference for him that she has been refusing to acknowledge, but the pull of the incomplete imprint felt from the imprintee's side, the ambient pressure of a bond that tried to form and was stopped, present enough to register as loss when the person carrying it comes close to being permanently removed from her world. She chooses Edward anyway. She chooses transformation anyway. She makes the choice with full knowledge of what she's choosing and full honesty about what it costs her, including what it costs her in relation to Jacob. This is the most complete expression of her character available in the entire saga. She sees clearly. She chooses deliberately. She does not allow the pull, which is real, to override the decision, which is also real. Her shield did not block the imprint because she made a conscious decision to block it. Her shield blocked the imprint because that is what her nature does. But her conscious decision at the end of Eclipse is the surface expression of the same thing her shield expresses at a biological level. She will not be overridden, not by Jane, not by Arrow, not by the incomplete bond Jacob has been carrying toward her since the first time the wolf in him recognized something in her that he has spent years trying to name. Eclipse ends with Bella's choice made, and Jacob's campaign concluded in the only way it was ever going to conclude, not with a different outcome, not with Bella choosing differently under sufficient pressure, but with the pressure simply running out of time. His incomplete imprint has been pressing forward for the entirety of Eclipse and has not moved the needle on Bella's choices in any fundamental direction, because the wall that stopped it was never going to yield to persistence. Persistence is a force the wall understands. It has been responding to persistence and much stronger forces than persistence since before Bella could walk. The triangle ends here, in the technical sense. But the imprint does not end. It cannot end through the simple fact of Bella's choice, because it did not begin through choice, and is not subject to being concluded by choice either. Something that started as a biological process and was interrupted before it could complete is still running somewhere in Jacob, still unresolved, still pressing toward a destination it has not reached. It will find that destination, not where it started looking, but through the only path that remained available when every other path had closed. Breaking Dawn begins with a wedding, which is among other things a closing. The marriage of Bella Swan and Edward Cullin is the formal conclusion of the question that Eclipse left technically open, the definitive answer to the possibility Jacob spent an entire book campaigning for. It is a closing in the legal and social sense, in the romantic sense, and in the supernatural sense that Jacob understood with his instincts long before his conscious mind had fully accepted it. Bella is choosing this. She has chosen it. The ceremony and the celebration and the ring on her finger are the world made visible around a decision that was always going to be made. And Jacob is not there to see it because he cannot be, because some distances are the only form of self-preservation available to a person carrying something that has nowhere to resolve. He tries to build that distance in the weeks following the wedding. He runs. He phases and stays in his wolf form longer than is strictly necessary, because the pack mind, for all its invasiveness and its complete absence of privacy, is at least a form of company that does not require him to explain himself. He moves through the forest and he tries to construct a version of his life that does not organize itself around Bella Swan, the way everything has organized itself around Bella Swan, since he first phased and found that the wolf emerging inside him was already, from its first moments of existence, oriented toward her. He is trying to be someone whose center of gravity belongs to himself. He finds, as he has found every previous time he has attempted this, that the construction is more theoretical than real. The pull does not diminish with distance the way ordinary feeling diminishes. It does not follow the curve that grief follows, or the curve that unrequited love follows, both of which are painful, but both of which respond, over time and with sufficient distance, and to the ordinary processes of healing and reorientation that human psychology makes available. What Jacob carries does not respond to those processes because it did not originate in them. It is not a feeling he arrived at through his history with Bella, through the accumulation of shared experience and genuine connection. Though all of those things exist and are real, it is something running beneath the history, something that the history grew on top of without originating, something that will continue running regardless of what the history does because the history is not its source. The news arrives through the accelerating chain of events that draws Jacob back, before he has had adequate time to build the distance Eclipse seemed to make possible. Bella is pregnant. The words reach him through the pack mind and through the thoughts of wolves who have heard or sensed or been told something that changes the landscape of every calculation the pack has been making about the Cullin family and their treaty and the specific texture of the threat they represent. The information does not arrive cleanly. It arrives in pieces, in fragments of other wolves' reactions and assessments, and Jacob assembles it with the specific sick clarity of someone putting together a picture they were not prepared to see. Bella is pregnant by Edward, carrying something that the wolves around him immediately and instinctively categorize as a threat, as an abomination, as something the pack's protective mandate demands they respond to, with the same commitment they bring to any vampire threat against the tribe. The categorization is not arbitrary. It comes from a genuine reading of what the pregnancy represents, from the wolves' understanding of what a half-vampire child could become, from the tribal knowledge that has always informed the pack's decisions about where the lines are and what happens when those lines are crossed. Jacob's response to this categorization is the first place the theory finds significant and irreducible evidence in Breaking Dawn. He does not agree. His pack, operating from a clear and internally consistent logic about what Bella is carrying and what it represents, reaches a conclusion that Jacob cannot make himself share. He understands the logic. He can follow each step of the reasoning from its premises to its endpoint. And at the end of the reasoning, where the conclusion is that the thing growing inside Bella must be destroyed before it can become a danger to the tribe and to the humans the pack exists to protect, Jacob finds that he cannot go there. Not because he has counter-arguments that invalidate the pack's position on its own terms, not because he has evaluated the reasoning and found a specific flaw in it, but because something in him will not permit the agreement, will not move in the direction of destruction, stops at the very idea of it with a firmness that surprises him when he encounters it. He understands this, initially, as being about Bella. He frames his inability to align with Sam's position as protection of Bella, as the expression of his love for her translated into the specific refusal to participate in anything that would harm her, directly or indirectly. And this framing is not entirely wrong. He does love Bella. His desire to protect her is genuine and has deep roots in his history with her. But the theory notes, with careful attention to the specific quality of the resistance he encounters in himself, that the protection he is most absolutely committed to is not protection of Bella from the pregnancy's effects on her body. It is protection of the pregnancy itself, the thing the pack wants to eliminate, the thing that is, by any honest accounting of the situation, actively destroying the person Jacob has spent years insisting he loves above everything else. A person whose primary commitment is to Bella would want the thing harming her removed. This is the logic that Sam's position follows, and it is not an unreasonable logic if Bella's well-being is genuinely the central concern. And Jacob's primary commitment reveals itself in the gap between his stated position and his actual behavior, to be oriented towards something slightly different, something that the stated position of love for Bella is being used to express without quite naming. He breaks from Sam. The weight of this decision deserves more than passing acknowledgement, because breaking from the alpha is not simply a disagreement about strategy or a difference of opinion about how to handle a difficult situation. The pack mind is a genuine psychological and supernatural bond. It is a shared consciousness, a form of connection that the wolves exist inside together, that gives them access to each other's inner lives in ways that human relationships do not approach. It is also a structure of authority, of belonging, of identity. To break from Sam is to choose isolation from the thing that has defined Jacob's social and psychological existence since his first transformation. It is to accept a loneliness that the wolves are not built to sustain easily, to step outside the structure that made him legible to himself as a person with a place and a purpose. He does it anyway. The decision happens faster than he expected, with less internal resistance than he anticipated. Something in him that has been waiting for a reason to move in this direction finds, in the specific combination of the pregnancy and Sam's position about it, the reason it needed. He phases alone. He forms his own small pack, pulling Seth and Leah into it through the pull of their own choices rather than through any formal claim on their loyalty. And he goes to the Cullin house, and he stays. And the staying is where the theory focuses its most sustained attention during this section of Breaking Dawn, because the staying is where the redirect becomes visible in the texture of Jacob's behavior rather than simply in the theory's interpretation of it. His stated reason for staying is Bella, his love for her, his refusal to abandon her in the most dangerous situation she has ever been in, his determination to be present for whatever is going to happen, regardless of whether his presence serves any practical function beyond existing there, close to her, in the way he has always been unable to stop himself from being close to her. These reasons are real. He believes them. They are not invented after the fact. But the quality of his presence in the Cullin house during this period has underneath it something that his stated reasons do not fully account for. something that becomes more visible the longer it continues, and the more specifically it can be observed. Jacob monitors the pregnancy with an attentiveness that exceeds what concern for Bella would produce by itself. He is not only watching Bella deteriorate, which is agonizing and which motivates genuine distress in everyone present, which would fully explain a sustained and devoted presence at her side. He is watching the pregnancy specifically, tracking its development and its demands and its effects on Bella, with a focus that has a different quality from his focus on her suffering. He notices things about how the pregnancy is progressing, that his stated feelings about it, which remain hostile, which continue to frame the baby as the thing destroying her, would not predict him noticing or caring about. Bella deteriorates. This is the plain and terrible fact of the weeks in the Cullin house, and no theoretical lens applied to the situation diminishes the reality of what her body undergoes during this period. The pregnancy is consuming her with a thoroughness that Carlyle's medical expertise can document in precise and devastating detail, but cannot interrupt. She loses weight she cannot afford to lose. Her bones, already inadequate to the demands being placed on them, become fragile in ways that manifest as broken ribs, as the specific horror of a body turning against itself in service of something that needs more than the body can provide. She is visibly less each week at the person who walked into this situation, who made her choices with clarity and conviction, and the full force of her characteristic determination, is being replaced incrementally and measurably by someone who can barely hold herself upright. Jacob watches all of this. He watches with the specific anguish of someone who loves the person he is watching, and the anguish is genuine and the love is genuine, and none of what the theory argues diminishes either of those things. But he also watches with something else alongside the anguish, something that is oriented not toward Bella's suffering, but toward the pregnancy's continuation, toward the survival of what she is carrying. And this second orientation becomes more legible over time as it begins to diverge from what straightforward love for Bella would produce. A person whose central commitment was Bella's survival and Bella's well-being would, at some point during these weeks, have to reckon honestly with the possibility that the pregnancy is incompatible with both of those things. Every person in the Cullin house is reckoning with this in one form or another. Even Rosalie, whose commitment to the pregnancy is fierce and absolute and rooted in her own deep grief, understands that the situation is a terrible one with costs that cannot be entirely avoided. Jacob alone seems unable to perform this reckoning, unable to hold Bella's survival and the pregnancy's survival in the same frame, and acknowledge that they may not both be achievable. He keeps them separate. He insists, without articulating the insistence clearly, on treating both as non-negotiable, on refusing the logic that would require choosing between them. And the reason he cannot perform the reckoning is not that he lacks the intelligence to follow the logic. It is that the logic would require him to weigh something against something else, and the something he cannot weigh is not Bella. The moment where Jacob acknowledges to himself that he cannot harm the pregnancy is the theory's clearest single piece of evidence for the redirect being already substantially in progress at this point. He approaches the idea of harming it, tests the idea the way you test a sawtooth with your tongue, and finds that the path toward it is closed in a way that comes from somewhere his conscious reasoning does not control. The hostility he can access about the pregnancy in the abstract and the category of threat and abomination that the rest of the pack is operating from simply does not connect to the actual developing reality of what Bella is carrying when he is in proximity to it. The abstraction and the reality have become two different things to him, and only the abstraction remains hostile. The reality has been doing something else entirely in his awareness, becoming something else, acquiring a weight and a specificity and an importance that his stated feelings cannot explain. He is in the process of being redirected. He cannot see it. He has no framework for recognizing what is happening in him as anything other than love for Bella in its most extreme and devoted expression. The language of love for Bella is the only language his conscious understanding has available for describing what he is experiencing, and so that is the language he uses sincerely and without manipulation to describe something that is increasingly at the level of mechanism about something other than Bella. Rosalie's presence in the Cullin house during this period provides the sharpest available contrast to Jacob's, and the contrast is instructive. Rosalie is also committed to the pregnancy's survival with a ferocity that puts her in direct opposition to most of the people around her. Her reasons are transparent and deeply personal and entirely legible in terms of her own history. She lost her human life to violence. She lost with that life the possibility of children, of the specific form of continuity and meaning that she had always expected her existence to hold. She sees in Bella's pregnancy something that her particular anguish has made her unable to oppose, and a life that exists and that she will protect, because protection of life is the one response to her own loss that feels like it has some purchase on the injustice of what happened to her. Rosalie knows why she is doing what she is doing. The reasons belong to her in a clear and accountable way, traceable directly from her history, through her psychology, to her current position. Jacob's reasons are not like Rosalie's in this regard. They are murkier, less traceable, more resistant to the kind of clear self-accounting that her reasons permit. He is protecting something without being able to explain the full depth of why. He is oriented toward an outcome without having consciously arrived at that orientation through a process he can reconstruct. He is staying in a situation that is costing him considerably, and in terms of his relationship with his pack and his own psychological stability, for reasons that his available vocabulary of love for Bella does not quite stretch to cover completely. This is what a redirect looks like from the inside, during the period when it is in progress but not complete. Not a decision. Not a feeling that has been examined and recognized for what it is. A compulsion that is running beneath the level of conscious access, using the nearest available emotional language to express something that is moving incrementally and irresistibly toward its actual target. The blood drinking is among the most practically significant moments of this period, and what Jacob's response to it reveals is worth examining carefully. When Bella begins drinking human blood through a straw, and her physical condition stabilizes measurably in response, the relief that moves through everyone present is immediate and genuine. Jacob's relief is part of this, and it is real, and the theory does not dispute that genuine concern for Bella contributes to it. But relief can be examined for its specific quality, for which aspect of an improvement it is most strongly responding to. And Jacob's relief has the quality of something responding most centrally to the pregnancy's improved situation, rather than to Bella's improved situation. even though in this moment those two things are temporarily aligned. He is not only glad Bella is less close to death, he is glad the thing she is carrying is being sustained more adequately, and the distinction is subtle, and he would not be able to access it himself, but it is present in the specific way his attention orients in the aftermath of the change. He is keeping it alive. This is what the redirect looks like in practice before the redirect has completed, before Jacob has any conscious purchase on what is happening in him. He is keeping it alive with a commitment that his stated hostility toward it does not explain, and that his love for Bella alone does not fully account for. He is staying close to it with the same quality of compelled proximity that kept him close to Bella across months and years of new moon and eclipse. The same inability to create genuine distance. The same sense of something holding him in place that is larger and more fundamental than a decision he has made. The source of the pull has not changed. It is simply found in the developing biological reality of the child Bella is carrying. Something closer to its actual target than anything it encountered in Bella herself. Not yet the target, because the target does not yet have a face or a heartbeat that is entirely her own, but closer, measurably and undeniably closer, in ways that Jacob cannot see from the inside, but that his behavior has been expressing for weeks. The days in the Cullin house accumulate with the specific weight of a situation that everyone present understands is building toward a threshold no one is fully prepared for. Carlyle monitors. Esme maintains the domestic space with the careful attention of someone who understands that the human details of living together, the meals prepared for Bella, the routines maintained, the ordinary structure of days, are a form of care as important as the medical and the strategic. Edward sits with Bella with the specific quality of someone trying to be present in a situation that is costing him more than he shows. Rosalie guards with a fierceness that doesn't diminish. Seth maintains his cheerful, uncomplicated presence in a way that makes the Cullin house slightly more tolerable for everyone in it. Leah maintains her sharp-edged, honest presence, which serves a different but equally necessary function. And Jacob stays close. He stays close to Bella, and he tells himself and anyone who asks that this is why he is here, that Bella is the reason, that his love for her is the only organizing principle of his presence in this house in these weeks. He believes this. There is nothing dishonest in the belief. But the theory holds the fullness of his behavior during this period alongside the belief, and notes that the fullness does not quite fit inside the belief's frame. Something is extending beyond the edges of it. Something is oriented toward a point that Bella herself is not quite at the center of. Something is waiting, without knowing it is waiting, for a face it has not yet seen. The birth comes with the violence and the chaos that the situation's trajectory always made inevitable. It is not a peaceful arrival. It is not the kind of entrance into the world that anyone present will remember without the specific weight of everything that surrounded it. Bella's body reaches the threshold that everyone was dreading, and what follows is desperate and bloody and terrifying. And in the middle of it, Edward is doing everything a person can do to save the life of someone they love, while simultaneously trying to bring another life into the world. And neither of those things is straightforward, and the line between saving Bella and losing her is thinner than anyone wants to acknowledge in the moments when the outcome is still genuinely uncertain. Jacob is there for all of this. He could not have been anywhere else. He has been positioned by weeks of redirect he could not name and could not see, in exactly the place he needs to be for the moment that is coming. Not the moment of Bella's crisis, though he is present for that too, present with the anguish of someone who loves her. The moment after, the moment when the crisis has produced its result, when the impossible has happened and the improbable has survived, and when a face appears in the chaos of that room that Jacob Black has never seen before and yet recognizes with a completeness that exceeds anything his years of feeling for Bella ever achieved. He's in the right place. The redirect brought him here. The thing that has been running beneath his conscious understanding of his own feelings, using the language of love for Bella to navigate itself toward its actual destination, has arrived at the threshold of completion. The wall that stopped it everywhere else, the invisible, automatic, impersonal boundary of Bella's shield, is not at this threshold, because the person on the other side of this threshold is not Bella. And the redirect has found, in the chaos and the blood and the terrible beauty of this arrival, the face it was always going to find. Everything is about to change. It already has. Jacob just doesn't know it yet. He will know it in the next breath. The birth is chaos, and then it is silence, and the silence is almost worse than the chaos, because the chaos at least had the quality of something that might still resolve differently, might still produce an outcome that the people inside it could live with. The silence that follows Bella's last conscious moment before the venom takes over is the silence of a threshold crossed, of something ending and something else not yet having declared itself as having begun. Edward works with the specific desperation of someone who will not stop, who cannot stop, who has decided that stopping is not an available option regardless of what the situation appears to be communicating. Carlyle is not there. The circumstances of the birth did not wait for ideal conditions, did not wait for the person best equipped to manage them to be present and prepared and operating with the full resources of his centuries of medical experience. What happens in that room happens with the people who are there, and the knowledge they have, and the love that drives all of it past the point where love alone should reasonably be sufficient to sustain an outcome this fragile. Jacob is in the house. He's been in the house for weeks, drawn there by the redirect that has been running beneath his conscious understanding of his own feelings, positioned by a compulsion he could not name, in exactly the place he needed to be for the moment that is coming. He hears the sounds from the room above. He's a wolf, and his hearing is not human hearing. And the sounds that reach him tell a story that he assembles with the specific sick clarity of someone who understands what they are hearing before they are ready to understand it. The story is bad. The story is, in the way he is reading it, catastrophic. Bella has been diminishing for weeks, becoming less of herself with each day that the pregnancy consumed more of what she had, and the sounds from above have the quality of something reaching its terminal point, of a process that has been moving in one direction, finally arriving where that direction always leads. His understanding, in the moments before he moves, is that Bella is gone. He goes to the door of the room. He's not thinking clearly, or rather he is thinking with a clarity that catastrophic grief sometimes produces. A simplification of everything complicated into a single terrible orientation. The thing that killed her is here. The thing that destroyed the person he loves, that consumed her from the inside with needs that exceeded what her human body was ever going to be able to meet, has completed its destruction and is now simply present in the room where she died. He is going to destroy it. This is not a decision he has made through deliberation. It is the conclusion that grief and rage arrive at when they are large enough, and the situation is simple enough, and there is nothing left to protect that preventing destruction would serve. This is the thought in his mind when Rosalie turns with the baby and Jacob sees her face. The imprint completes in the space between one breath and the next. It completes in the interval between the intention and its execution, between the Jacob who was crossing that threshold with destruction as his purpose, and the Jacob who stops because something has happened to the world that makes the purpose impossible, in a way that has nothing to do with moral reconsideration or strategic reassessment. The impossibility is not ethical, it is structural. The center of gravity has moved. Everything that was organizing his existence around a specific set of intentions a moment ago is now organizing itself around something else entirely, with a completeness and a force that the prior organization simply cannot survive. He sees her face, and the world changes shape. The wolf's language for this moment, the language that every imprinted wolf reaches for when they try to describe it, and is the language of reorganization. The world narrows to one person. Everything else becomes background. The prior foreground, which contained everything that previously mattered, does not disappear, but simply steps aside, becomes context rather than content, becomes the setting of a story whose subject has just revealed itself for the first time. This is what Jacob experiences in the moment he sees Renesmee, and it is exactly as absolute as the wolf's description suggests it should be. And it happens with none of the resistance, none of the frustrating quality of approaching a completion that will not complete, none of the sensation of hitting something invisible and impenetrable that characterized every previous moment the bond tried to form in relation to Bella. There is no wall here. There is no shield. Renesmee does not carry Bella's shield, does not possess the specific biological feature that made Bella's inner world inaccessible to forces that tried to cross into it without invitation. Whatever that feature is, wherever it originates in Bella's particular and extraordinary neurology, it did not pass to her daughter in the form that would have protected Renesmee from the bond the way it protected Bella. The daughter is open at the boundary where the mother was closed, and the process that has been suspended in incomplete and frustrated tension for years finds, at that boundary, the conditions that finally allow it to finish. The theory finds the specific character of this completion deeply significant, and it is worth examining in detail before moving to what the completion does to Jacob's understanding of his own past. And every wolf who is imprinted describes the bond as forming instantly. This is one of imprinting's definitional characteristics. The immediacy, the single moment quality of the reorganization, the way the world does not shift gradually toward a new configuration, but simply is different between one breath and the next. Sam imprinted on Emily instantly. Quill imprinted on Claire instantly. Paul imprinted on Rachel instantly. The instantaneous quality is not a remarkable feature of Jacob's imprint specifically. It is the expected feature of how imprinting works when it works. But Jacob's imprint on Renesmee is instant from a starting position that none of the other wolves share. And this difference is what the theory finds significant. The others imprinted from a neutral beginning, from the position of a wolf encountering a person without a prior history of frustrated bonding, without years of an incomplete process pressing forward against a boundary that would not yield. Their instantaneous imprints happened in a context where the bond was forming for the first time, where there was no prior attempt that had been blocked and left running in suspension. Jacob's imprint happens in a different context entirely. He has been carrying the pressure of an incomplete bond for years. He has been running toward a completion that was always blocked at the final threshold, producing all the characteristic intensity of the bond without any of its resolution, existing in a state of permanent suspension that the other wolves have no frame of reference for, because the tradition does not include a story about an imprint that was interrupted before it could finish. He arrives at Renesmee's face, not as a blank starting point, but as something that has been trying to write a specific word for years and has finally found the surface that accepts it. The instantaneousness of the completion, in his specific context, carries additional meaning beyond the expected feature of how imprinting works. It is also the meaning of something finally releasing that has been held in tension far too long, of a process that was always trying to finish finding, at last, the conditions that make finishing possible. This does not make the imprint less real. The bond that forms is genuine in every sense the word can carry. A Jacob's devotion to Renesmee is as absolute and as permanent and as deeply rooted in his nature as any imprinted wolf's devotion to their imprintee. The reality of the bond does not depend on the cleanness of its origin story. What the theory argues is that the origin was not clean, that the completion arrived through a redirect rather than a first encounter, and that this distinction matters for understanding what the bond means and what it does not mean about everything that came before it. What the imprint does to Jacob's understanding of his own past is documented in the saga with a care that is itself significant, because Jacob explains his revised understanding of his history to Bella directly, with a sincerity so complete that there is no possibility of deliberate deception in it. He tells her that his feelings for her were never really about her in the way he thought they were, that what he experienced as love for Bella was actually at some level beneath what his conscious awareness could access. The imprinting instinct reaching toward Renesmee through Bella, recognizing something in Bella's presence and Bella's genetic reality that was always pointing toward the person he was destined to imprint on. He offers this explanation with the specific quality of someone who has just understood something that was previously incomprehensible, who has access through the imprint's reorganization of his perception to a reading of his own history that finally makes sense of what never quite made sense before. The theory holds this explanation with care. It does not dismiss it, and because Jacob's sincerity is not in question, and the experience of the imprint reorganizing one's understanding of one's own past is documented in the wolf's tradition as a real feature of how the bond operates, but it does not accept the explanation as straightforwardly true in the factual sense, because accepting it would require accepting the imprint's rewrite of Jacob's history as a reliable account of what was actually happening in him. Across the years, the theory has been examining, and the mechanism that is being offered as evidence for the conclusion is the same mechanism whose reliability the theory has been scrutinizing throughout. An imprint reorganizes perception. This is established. It makes the imprinted wolf's prior experience readable as having always been oriented toward the imprintee, and as having been a precursor or protoform of the bond, rather than a separate and independent emotional history. Jacob now believes his feelings for Bella were always really about Renesmee, because the imprint has restructured his understanding of his own past in a way that makes this feel true. The feeling of truth is what the imprint produces by design, as part of the reorganization. Whether the feeling of truth corresponds to the fact of truth is a separate question, and it is the question the theory refuses to set aside. The redirect interpretation offers a reading of Jacob's pre-imprint feelings that takes those feelings seriously as their own thing, rather than dismissing them as a misaddressed form of something that was always really about Renesmee. In this reading, Jacob genuinely loved Bella, or genuinely experienced something enormous and real that he accurately named as love, even if the deeper mechanism beneath that love was also doing something else simultaneously. The feelings were not a fiction. They were not a temporary placeholder that the imprint retroactively reclassifies as never having been real. They were a genuine emotional reality that was also, at the level of mechanism, entangled with a biological process that was reaching towards something Bella was a genetic precondition for. Both things were true at once. The love was real, and the redirect was real, and the two existed in Jacob simultaneously, without either of them being required to negate the other. This distinction matters enormously for what it means about Bella's role in Jacob's story. If his feelings were never really about her, as in the ways post-imprint understanding suggest, then she was a vehicle, a convenient emotional object that his instincts temporarily misidentified as the destination when the destination was not yet accessible. Her significance to him was entirely conditional, entirely dependent on what she would eventually produce, and she herself as a person was never the real subject of what he felt. In this version, she was used without being seen, loved without being known, made the center of an enormous emotional reality that was actually about something she was carrying rather than about who she was. If the redirect reading is correct, the picture is different, but not entirely less difficult. His feelings were real and were genuinely about her, and also, simultaneously, were being shaped at the deepest level by a biological orientation toward Renesmee. He loved Bella, and was also, without his knowledge, being kept close to Bella partly by the proximity she represented to his actual imprint. She was not entirely a vehicle in this version. She was a real person he genuinely loved, but she was also, without her knowledge or consent, the bridge between Jacob and the person the imprint was always going to complete on. Her importance to him had a double nature. The love was real. The use was also real. And she was never given the information that would have allowed her to understand that both of these things were simultaneously true. The Cullin family's response to the imprint reveals the practical restructuring that the bond's completion produces in the relationships around it. Jacob's intention of moments before the imprint, which would have made him an enemy of the Cullins in the most immediate and violent sense, is simply gone. The pack law that protects imprintees from harm at the hands of the imprinted wolf operates immediately and absolutely, protecting Renesmee from the specific danger that Jacob himself represented in the seconds before the bond formed. The conflict that his weeks in the Cullin house represented, the complicated and unresolved tension between his presence there and the pack's position about the pregnancy and the question of what his relationship to the Cullins actually was, reorganizes around the new fact of the imprint with a completeness that mirrors the reorganization happening inside Jacob himself. Renesmee is his imprintee, and this is now the primary fact that governs his relationship to everyone in the Cullin family, to the wolf pack, to the treaty, to the supernatural politics of the region. The conflict does not disappear, but it transforms into something navigable in ways it was not navigable before, because the imprint creates a bond that the wolves' tradition has clear protocols for. A bond that places Renesmee under the pack's protection and Jacob under the Cullin's complicated tolerance. A bond that makes the two groups' interests convergent in a way they were not when the primary tension was about what Bella was carrying rather than who Jacob was devoted to. Bella wakes as a vampire. She wakes with her shield at its full vampire strength, with a dramatic expansion of range and control and power that the transformation has produced, and with senses that take in the world with a clarity and a richness that her human experience never approached. She wakes into a situation that has been transformed while she was undergoing her own transformation. And among the most significant changes she wakes into is the knowledge that Jacob Black, who has been in her life for years, who she has loved in a complicated and honest way she always loved him, who she sat with in a tent in the cold while he held her and her husband listened, has imprinted on her daughter. Her response is immediate and physically expressed and completely legible in terms of everything the story has established about her character. She is furious with a specificity that goes beyond general protective instinct into something more precise, at something that is about the particular nature of what has happened rather than simply about threat to her child in an undifferentiated sense. She is not only reacting to the presence of a wolf in proximity to her newborn, she is reacting to the specific fact of a bond that formed around her daughter's existence without Bella's knowledge, without her daughter's knowledge, without anyone's consent except the consent of a biological mechanism that does not ask before it acts. This distinction between reacting to threat in general and reacting to the specific nature of this bond is the theory's final and clearest piece of evidence for the deep consistency of Bella's character across the entire saga. She does not merely want to protect Renesmee from Jacob in the way that any mother wants to protect a child from a potential danger. She is disturbed by the imprint itself, by the bond's existence as a thing that happened to her daughter, by the way Renesmee's relationship to Jacob was established before Renesmee had any relationship to anything at all, before she had the capacity for choice that would make her relationship to any bond genuinely her own. Bella's fury is the fury of someone who understands, in her bones and in her nature, that certain things should not happen to people without their participation, and who finds in the specific facts of the imprint on her daughter exactly the kind of uninvited crossing of a boundary that everything she is has always resisted. She does not know that the thing she is furious about tried to happen to her. She does not know that the bond Jacob carries toward Renesmee tried first to form around Bella herself, across years and moments and a specific afternoon on the rocks below a cliff at La Push. She does not know that the shield she woke with had full vampire strength, the shield that Aro finds extraordinary, and that Jane and Alec cannot penetrate, and that Edward has never been able to cross even in the decades of their life together, is the same shield that stopped the imprint from doing to her what it has done to her daughter. She has no access to this information. She wakes into the aftermath of a process that she was both central to and entirely excluded from. The person through whom the redirect ran without knowing she was running it. The bridge whose biology provided the pathway, and whose shield provided the barrier that made the pathway necessary in the first place. The wall protected her. It has always protected her. And every force that tried to cross into her inner world without invitation found it and turned back from it. And the imprint was among those forces, and the wall held against it completely. But the wall, which is entirely hers and entirely about her own inner world, could not protect what was not yet separate from her at the time when the redirect was in progress. It could not extend to cover the genetic potential that would become Renesmee, because that potential was Bella's biology rather than Bella's interiority, and the shield guards the self rather than the body. When Renesmee became a separate person, a separate biological reality with her own face and her own heartbeat and her own existence in the world, she was also a separate person without her mother's shield. And the imprint found her immediately, without resistance, without the frustrated suspension of years. It simply completed. The theory does not conclude that the imprint on Renesmee is wrong in the moral sense that would require the people involved to do something different. Jacob loves her with a completeness that will define his existence for as long as she is in the world. He will be whatever she needs. He will protect her with the absolute priority that the imprint makes unconditional. The practical outcomes of the bond are not harmful in any immediate or demonstrable sense. The theory does not argue against these things. What the theory argues is that the story underneath the outcome deserves to be told honestly. That a bond which started as a redirect from a person whose shield made her inaccessible, which completed on a newborn child, who had no opportunity to participate in what happened to her, which rewrote the imprinted wolf's understanding of his own history in ways that cannot be fully verified as accurate, which will shape Renesmee's emotional world from her first days of consciousness in ways she did not and could not choose, is a story with genuine complexity in it, not only beauty, not only destiny, complexity, difficulty, the kind of difficulty that the wolf's tradition does not have adequate language for, because the tradition was built around stories where the imprint worked the first time, and on the intended target, and without the years of frustrated redirect that preceded this one. Jacob carries Renesmee through her infancy and her childhood with a devotion that is visible and constant and absolute. He is there when she needs protecting, and there when she needs teaching, and there when she simply needs the specific quality of presence that the imprinted wolf provides, which is the presence of someone whose entire existence is oriented towards you, with a completeness that no ordinary relationship can match. He is, in the most complete available sense, hers. And Bella watches this. She watches Jacob, who she loved in her own complicated and genuine way, devote himself to her daughter with the same overwhelming persistence that he once devoted to her. She watches the bond that tried to form around her life instead, form around the life she created. She watches the imprint find its completion through her in the most literal available sense, through the biology she carried and passed on. She is a vampire now. Her shield is at its fullest strength. The thing that stopped the imprint from reaching her in her human life is now so developed and so powerful that Aro himself finds it remarkable. Nothing uninvited crosses that boundary anymore. Nothing that tries to impose itself on her inner world without her consent finds any way through. The wall held. For her, the wall held. It simply could not hold for the child on the other side of it. And the thing that could not get through found another way, as such things, in the world this story inhabits, always seem to eventually find. Not through the door it started at. Through another door entirely. A door that was not chosen and not offered and not understood to be a door at all. Until it opened. And everything that had been waiting on the other side of it came through. There is a moment in every theory where the interpretation has been made. The evidence has been laid out. And the question that remains is not whether the reading is coherent, but what it actually means, what it says about the story it is reading, what it reveals about the people inside that story and the forces operating on them, and the universe in which those forces are presented as natural, as biological, as simply the way things are in a world where wolves phase under full moons and vampires sparkle in direct sunlight. And the boundary between human and supernatural is a line that certain people cross and cannot uncross. Tonight's theory has built a careful and sustained argument across 10 acts. And now it is time to step back from the accumulation of evidence and examine what the argument, taken as a whole, actually claims. It's not about individual moments or individual characters, but about the larger shape of the story and what that shape reveals when the theory's lens is applied to it with full honesty and full patience. This includes the counterarguments, which are genuine and deserve real engagement, rather than the kind of dismissal that weakens the argument it is supposed to be strengthening. It includes the darker implications, which the theory does not soften or step around even when sitting with them is uncomfortable. And it includes the largest question of all, the one the theory has been building toward without naming directly until now, which is what it means that Bella resisted, what it means that the resistance worked, and what the cost of that resistance was for the people who lived on the other side of the wall it maintained. The theory's most powerful claim, stated as plainly as it can be stated, is this: imprinting is not as precise or as beautiful as the wolves believe it to be. It is a system that adapts, that redirects, that presses toward completion with a specific indifference to individual circumstance that biological processes display when the completion of the process matters more than the particulars of how completion is achieved. It does not select a single perfect soulmate and bind itself to that person with the unerring, universe-arranged accuracy that the Quilut tradition's vocabulary of destiny and gravity implies. It selects a target and attempts to complete on that target, and when completion is blocked, it does not dissolve. It does not accept the block as a final answer. It finds another way, routes around the obstacle, the way water routes around a stone, not because it is malicious or deliberate in any conscious sense, but because finding another way is what the process does when the direct path is closed to it. This is a significant reframing, and the theory holds it without apology. The wolves experience imprinting as destiny, as the universe's specific and caring arrangement of two people toward each other, as a love so complete that it transcends the ordinary contingency of human romantic connection, with all its uncertainty and its timing and its luck. This experience is genuine. The wolves, who believe this are not wrong about what they feel. The feeling of destiny is real. The feeling of completion is real. The feeling of having found the organizing center of an existence that was previously without one is real. But the experience of something feeling like destiny, and that thing being destiny in any deep metaphysical sense, are not the same. And the theory proposes that what the wolves experience as the universe's careful and deliberate arrangement of soulmates is actually a biological optimization system completing its function through whatever path remains available, including paths that the people involved did not select and would not have selected if the selection had been honestly offered to them. The love that imprinting produces is entirely real. What the reframing changes is the story underneath the love, the account of how it came to be, and whether the process that generated it is as beautiful as the tradition holds it to be when that process is examined with honesty and from every available angle. I'm including the angles that the imprinted wolves are not well positioned to see because they are inside a reorganized perception that the bond itself produced. The counter-arguments to the theory are real, and they must be engaged directly, rather than reduced to positions that are easier to argue against. The first and most structurally fundamental counter-argument is this: imprinting, as it is defined and described within the Twilight universe, affects the wolf. It is an experience the wolf has, a reorganization that happens inside the wolf's psychology and self-understanding and emotional orientation. It does not, at the moment of its formation, do anything to the imprintee at the psychic level. The imprintee is simply there, unchanged, the object of a bond that forms entirely in someone else. If this is accurate, and the text does support this reading, then the question of whether Bella's shield could block the imprint requires the imprint to be doing something to Bella at the moment it attempts to form. If imprinting only acts on the wolf, then Bella's shield, which is described as guarding her inner world against forces that try to affect it from outside, would have nothing to block. There would be no intrusion to stop because the intrusion is directed inward at the wolf, rather than outward at the target. This is a genuine and carefully grounded objection, and the theory's response to it must be equally careful. The theory does not dispute that imprinting's primary and immediate effect is interior to the wolf. It disputes the conclusion that this means imprinting does nothing that would bring it into contact with a specific kind of boundary Bella's shield maintains. Because what imprinting does, even if its immediate effect is entirely within the wolf, is create the conditions for a sustained and biologically compelled crossing of the boundary between the wolf's inner world and the imprintee's outer life. The wolf cannot leave. The wolf cannot redirect. The wolf's entire existence reorients toward the imprintee with an absoluteness that, from the imprintee's experience of their own life, manifests as a relationship that was not chosen entering and reshaping the landscape of everything available to them. The imprintee finds themselves the gravitational center of a universe they did not design, while with someone devoted to them with a completeness that no ordinary refusal can make genuinely go away once the bond has formed in the wolf. The question of whether this qualifies as the kind of intrusion Bella's shield guards against is one the story does not definitively resolve, and the theory acknowledges this gap honestly. What the theory proposes is that the function of imprinting, even if not its immediate mechanism, is sufficiently similar to the function of the abilities the shield consistently blocks that the shield's response to it would be coherent and consistent with its established behavior, rather than anomalous. The shield blocks things that impose themselves on the space between Bella and the world around her without her consent. Imprinting imposes itself on that space, less immediately, but no less completely. The parallel is not perfect. Honest theories rarely find perfect parallels, but it is coherent, and coherence under examination is what a theory earns rather than claims. The second major counter-argument rests on Jacob's own statement about imprinting. He tells Bella, in the context of explaining the bond to her, that she would have known immediately if he had imprinted on her. This is offered as evidence that the imprint did not occur, and it carries real weight because it comes from someone with direct experiential knowledge of how the bond works from the inside. If the imprintee always knows when the bond forms, because the wolf's behavior makes it impossible to miss, and Bella never experienced any such knowing, then the imprint never formed. The theory's response identifies the assumption embedded in Jacob's statement. He is describing how imprinting works when it works normally, when the process completes, and the wolf's behavior immediately reflects the bond's existence with an openness and an intensity that the imprintee cannot fail to notice. An imprint that completed normally would be visible to the imprintee almost immediately through the transformation in the wolf's behavior, through the specific quality of devoted absolute attention that an imprinted wolf directs at their imprintee, with an immediacy that is unlike any ordinary feeling. But an imprint that was initiated and then blocked before completion would not produce these visible signals in the same way, because the visible signals are a function of the completion rather than of the initiation. An incomplete imprint, running in the frustrated suspension that the theory proposes, would produce intensity and compulsion in the wolf, without producing the specific and unmistakable behavioral signature that would tell the imprintee what had happened. Jacob's statement assumes normal functioning. The theory proposes that what occurred between Jacob and Bella was not normal functioning in the sense that it was interrupted before it could normalize. The objection and the theory are not in direct conflict once the assumption within the objection is made fully explicit. The third counter-argument is the simplest in its statement and perhaps the most difficult in its implications. The Twilight saga clearly and deliberately positions Edward and Bella as the story's intended endgame. The entire narrative is built around their relationship, their love, their transformation, and their life together on the other side of all the obstacles the story places between them and that life. Jacob's role, however significant and however sympathetically rendered, is ultimately the role of an alternative that is not taken. A road that is real and tempting and genuinely possible, but that is finally not the road the story walks down. A theory that proposes Jacob was meant to imprint on Bella is, at some level, arguing against the grain of the narrative's own design. The theory's response here is its most direct. A theory does not need to override a narrative's intentions to add meaningful interpretation to the mechanisms running beneath those intentions. The theory does not claim that Jacob was supposed to imprint on Bella in the sense that the story was designed with that destination in mind and was somehow diverted from it. It claims that within the universe the story creates, with the specific supernatural rules that universe operates by, the incomplete imprint is a coherent reading of Jacob's behavior and of the shield's established function that adds a layer of meaning to the story, rather than contradicting its conclusion. The narrative's intended endgame and the theory's interpretation of what was happening in the machinery beneath that endgame are not mutually exclusive positions. Edward and Bella are the story's answer. The theory is interested in one of the questions that exist underneath the answer, in the processes running beneath the surface of the story that the story itself does not always have space to examine. These are the counter-arguments and these are the responses. The theory does not claim to have resolved the tensions definitively, and because the text does not resolve them definitively, an honest interpretation cannot reach further than its source material honestly allows. What the theory claims is coherence under examination, and that coherence is sufficient justification for the sustained attention tonight's story has given it. Now the theory turns to the implications that exceed the counter-arguments in their difficulty. Not questions about mechanism or evidence, but questions about what kind of universe the Twilight Saga depicts, and what that universe values, and what it fails to examine about itself, and what the silences in the examination reveal. The first of these implications concerns Bella, and it is in some ways the most affirming thing the theory has to say, though affirmation and darkness are not always as separate as they appear. And Bella is surrounded throughout the saga by forces that want to manage her toward outcomes she has not chosen. Edward manages her away from transformation because he has decided that the cost is too high, without consistently deferring to her own assessment of what cost she's willing to pay. Jacob manages her toward himself with a persistence that his incomplete imprint makes compulsive, rather than simply devoted. The Volturi manage her toward transformation or death, because her knowledge of their world represents a controlled quantity they need to resolve. Alice sees futures and exerts gentle pressure toward the ones she prefers. Carlyle has philosophies that create their own subtle gravity. Everyone in Bella's life has a direction they want her to move in, and many of them are willing to apply pressure of various kinds to encourage movement in that direction. Bella, across all of this, keeps returning to her own judgment. She does not always arrive at her own judgment quickly or without pain. She makes decisions that the people around her find frustrating and sometimes genuinely dangerous. She loves Jacob in a way that complicates the narrative's preferred simplicity about her feelings. She insists on transformation on her own timeline, rather than Edward's preferred timeline of never, and she negotiates the terms of her transformation with a clarity about what she wants that does not bend even under the pressure of his enormous reluctance. She chooses honestly, a meaning she chooses from her own center of gravity, rather than from the center of gravity that the forces around her are trying to establish. The shield is the biological expression of this. It is what Bella's nature looks like when translated into supernatural terms, the same quality of self that keeps returning to its own center, expressed as a physical boundary that certain forces literally cannot cross regardless of their strength or their intentions, or the centuries of development and practice behind them. Edward's inability to read her thoughts is not only a plot mechanism that allows genuine mystery to develop between them. It is the supernatural reflection of the fact that Bella is genuinely unknowable in the way that all people are genuinely unknowable, when their inner world is not accessible to the forces that would presume to enter it without asking. She is private in the most complete available sense, private at the level of biology, private in a way that no external force has ever been able to override, regardless of how powerful or how well-intentioned that force was. The theory finds this the most consistent and the most elegant thing about Bella as a character. Her gift is not random. It is not an arbitrary supernatural bonus conferred by transformation. It is the precise supernatural expression of who she already was as a person before the supernatural touched her, the quality of selfhood that insists on its own interiority and that refuses to be reorganized around someone else's perception of who she should be or what she should want or which direction her future should move in. The shield and the person are the same thing, described at different levels. The second implication concerns Jacob, and it is the one the theory finds most genuinely and quietly sad, in the way that tragedy is sad when it is the kind that does not announce itself dramatically, but simply accumulates across years of ordinary moments into something that cannot be undone. Jacob has been read across the saga's history of interpretation as many things. A romantic rival, a better choice that Bella makes the wrong decision about, a victim of circumstances he did not create, a character who behaved badly under the pressure of feelings he cannot control. Are all of these readings contain something true? None of them is complete. The theory adds a dimension that changes the moral texture of his entire arc without requiring his behavior to be excused or his worst moments to be reframed as acceptable. If the incomplete imprint reading is correct, Jacob was never simply a boy in love with a girl who chose someone else. He was a wolf whose bonding mechanism had initiated on a target it could not complete on, producing in him an experience of compelled, unresolvable pull that he had no tradition-provided framework for identifying as anything other than love, because the tradition does not include a story about an imprint that was interrupted before completion. He had no category for what was happening in him. He used the category of love because love was the nearest available description for an experience that was both more and less than love, more in its intensity and its compulsion and its resistance to the ordinary processes of healing and redirection, less in its resolution and its specificity and its ability to be genuinely satisfied by the person it was aimed at. He suffered genuinely. The suffering across new moon and eclipse and breaking dawn is real and documented and deserves the sympathy it has received from readers who recognize it as real. But it was the suffering of a biological process running without resolution, pressing toward completion that a wall it could not see kept preventing, producing all the characteristic anguish of love without the specific satisfaction that completed love is capable of providing even when the love is not returned. He was not only unlucky in love, he was inside an experience his entire tradition had failed to prepare him for, without any framework for understanding what he was carrying or why it felt the way it did, pressing forward with the specific blind determination of something that cannot stop, because stopping is not a function the incomplete process has access to. This makes Jacob more tragic than the romantic rival reading allows, and it makes his worst behaviors more understandable without making them more acceptable. The forced kiss in Eclipse is still a violation of Bella's consent. The emotional manipulation around the battle is still a form of coercion. These things do not become acceptable because the incomplete imprint was producing the compulsion that drove them. But they become more legible, more sad, more the behavior of someone who was inside something they could not name or manage, than the behavior of someone who simply chose to be selfish and aggressive. The theory does not excuse Jacob, it contextualizes him. The distinction between those two things is important enough to insist on. The third implication is the one the theory finds most genuinely difficult to sit with, the one that the saga's romance framing most consistently obscures, and the one that the theory believes deserves the most honest and the most sustained examination, rather than the reassurance that tends to be offered in his direction. Or Renesmee Cullin will grow up as the center of Jacob Black's imprinted devotion from the first days of her existence in the world. She will have no memory of a time before his presence shaped the conditions of her life. She will have no experience of herself as a person whose emotional development happened independently of his orbit, no reference point for what it would feel like to be simply herself, rather than someone's entire gravitational center, before she was old enough to form a considered preference about whether she wanted to occupy that position. The bond will be the water she swims in before she knows that water is something you can be outside of. The saga offers reassurances about this. Jacob will be whatever she needs at each stage of her development. The bond will evolve with her. When she is old enough, and the choice of whether to embrace the romantic dimension of the relationship will be genuinely hers. These reassurances are offered sincerely, and they are the same reassurances the wolves offer about Quill and Claire. And the theory has already examined how those reassurances look when they are tested against the specific conditions the imprint creates in the imprintee's life, rather than accepted on the basis of the imprinted wolves' sincere belief in their own good intentions. The conditions of Renesmee's childhood and development include the constant presence of someone whose devotion to her is absolute and unconditional, and was established before she had any capacity to participate in it. They include growing up as the most important person in a devoted adult's universe, which is a form of attention that shapes the emotional landscape of development in ways that favor attachment to the source of that attention, regardless of what the developing person might have preferred if they had begun from a more neutral position. They include a relationship dynamic that was established at the biological level before Renesmee had any experience of herself as a separate person. That will be the background condition of her entire childhood. That will make Jacob's presence feel like a fact of reality, rather than a relationship she has chosen, because it will have been a fact of her reality before she knew that relationships were things people chose. These are the conditions of the imprint. They are also applied to Renesmee's specific situation, of the conditions of an imprint that arrived as a redirect rather than a first encounter, that completed on her because it could not complete on her mother, that was shaped by years of frustrated orientation toward Bella, before it found the resolution it had been unable to find. She received not only an imprint, but an imprint that carried the weight of everything that happened before it was hers. The bond that centers on her life was formed in a wolf, who'd been pressing toward completion for years, who was carrying an intensity produced by long suspension without resolution, who found in her face the release of something that had nowhere else to go. Whether this makes her imprint qualitatively different from the imprints of other wolves on other imprintees is something the theory cannot determine with certainty, because the inner experience of an imprint is not something the story provides detailed access to from the imprintee's side. What the theory can say is that the origin of Renesmee's imprint, examined honestly and traced back through the redirect that produced it, has a complexity and a weight that the saga does not always acknowledge in its framing of the bond as simply beautiful and protective and good. The theory does not argue that Jacob's love for Renesmee is not genuine, or that the protection it provides is not real, or that the practical outcomes of the imprint are not largely positive within the terms the story uses to evaluate outcomes. These things are true, and the theory holds them as true. What it argues is that the origin deserves honest examination alongside the outcome, that how a bond came to be is not irrelevant to what the bond means, and that a bond which came to be through the redirect of a process that was refused by a shield its intended target did not consciously control, deserves to be examined with more complexity than the vocabulary of destiny and gift typically allows. And then, at the end of all of this, there is the question that is larger than any of the individual implications, larger than the counter-arguments and their responses, larger than the careful examination of mechanism and evidence that has built the theory's case across every preceding act. What does it mean that Bella resisted? In a universe where fate is presented as real, where imprinting is presented as biological destiny, where the supernatural forces that move through the world impose themselves on the people they touch, with a completeness that the people touched cannot typically prevent. What does it mean that one person had a boundary that those forces could not cross? The theory has proposed that it was her shield. It has proposed that it was her psychology, the specific and consistent quality of selfhood that insists on its own center of gravity rather than being reorganized around someone else's. It has proposed that these two things are not separate explanations, but different levels of description for the same phenomenon, that the shield and the psychology and the selfhood are all names for the same thing observed from different distances. But there is a larger version of this question, that those explanations do not fully close. The larger version asks whether the resistance was itself part of the fate the story operates within, whether Bella's shield stopping the imprint and forcing the redirect toward Renesmee was not the defeat of fate, but its expression, whether the universe that arranged Sam for Emily and Quill, for Claire and Jacob, for the person who was always going to be his imprint, arranged Bella's shield too, arranged her resistance, arranged the wall and the redirect and the completion on Renesmee as part of the same pattern that the wolves call destiny when it is working in the way they can see and recognize. This is the question the theory cannot answer, because the story does not provide the information that would make an answer possible. Whether Bella's resistance to the imprint was her nature defeating fate, or her nature being used by fate for a purpose she was not consulted about, is not something the text resolves. What the text shows is that the resistance happened, that it had consequences that extended beyond Bella herself, that those consequences arrived eventually in the form of a bond on her daughter that Bella finds deeply troubling when she learns of it. Whether the universe that produced the resistance also produced the consequences as a single coherent design, or whether the consequences were the imprint's adaptation to an obstacle that the universe had not planned for, is genuinely unknowable within the story's own terms. What the theory can say with confidence is that the resistance was consistent. It was not a one-time anomaly, and it was the expression of something fundamental about who Bella is. something that operates at the level of biology and psychology simultaneously, something that has been there from before she could form memories, and that will be there for as long as she exists. She is a person whose inner world does not yield to forces that try to enter it without being invited. This is not something she chose. It is something she is. And the implications of being this thing in a universe full of forces that routinely enter people's lives and inner worlds without asking are what the theory has been tracing across every act of tonight's story. She did not know the imprint tried. She did not feel it stopped, as she did not know that the relationship Jacob carried toward her had a quality that exceeded ordinary feeling and had a source that was not entirely what either of them believed it to be. She lived her life inside the protection of a boundary she did not know she maintained, loved Jacob honestly, and chose Edward honestly, and made her choices from the center of herself in the way she has always made her choices, and none of it required her to know what the theory knows about what was happening beneath the surface of everything. The wall protected her. For her, completely and without gaps, the wall protected her. It found Renesmee instead, through the door of Bella's own biology, through the genetic connection between mother and daughter, through the only path that remained when every direct path had been closed. And Bella did not choose to be the pathway. She did not know she was one. She was simply the person whose inner world could not be entered without consent, and the force that could not enter found what it could reach through her rather than in her. This is what the theory finally says, held at its fullest extension. Not only that Jacob might have imprinted on Bella and was stopped, not only that the shield might have been the mechanism of the stopping, but that the stop and the redirect and the completion on Renesmee are a single coherent story about what happens when a biological system designed to force its way to completion encounters something it genuinely cannot force. The system does not stop. It adapts. It finds the nearest available expression of the thing it was reaching for, completes there instead, and leaves behind it the complicated residue of everything it was before it arrived. In the lives of the people who were part of the path it took, the wall was always there. The wall is still there. It is stronger now than it has ever been, extending outward in every direction from the person who carries it, protecting everyone she loves from the specific category of uninvited force that the wall has always stopped. And on the other side of it, in the life of the child who was born without it, the thing that could not get through has made its home. That is what it cost, not the wall itself, not what the wall kept out, but what the wall redirected, where it finally came to rest. Settle into that now. Let it be what it is. Strange and sad and real in the way that only the best theories are real, not because they change the story, but because they make you feel the weight of what the story was always carrying without knowing you were meant to notice. The night is quiet. The question is yours now, and there is no wrong way to hold it. And so the theory rests here, in the quiet space between what the story tells us and what the story cannot quite bring itself to say. A bond that tried to form and found a wall that held and redirected something that refused to disappear. A girl who never knew she was protected, a boy who never knew he was stopped, and a child who inherited, without being asked, the completion of something that was never originally meant for her. Whether you believe the theory or simply hold it gently as a question, it changes something small and permanent in the way the story feels. Jacob's love becomes something sadder and stranger than rivalry. Bella's shield becomes something deeper than a gift, and Renesmee becomes something more complicated than a happy ending. The night is soft around you now, and these questions don't need answers tonight. Let them drift. Let the story settle. Let the version of Fawkes that lives somewhere in your imagination grow quiet and dark and still. You were here for all of it. The wall, the redirect, the love that almost was. Now, rest. Let sleep find you gently. Good night.